I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between the nations. I'm patient, I can't slip. I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
Let's watch.
Come on, Mr.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see you guys. Happy Saturday. Hey, Jude. Thanks for being here. I also see Panda Bear's mom. Good to see you. Oh, no worries, Panda Bear's mom. I got that last text and I thought, oh, well, she's sharing the live around. That's wonderful. So thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate it. Hey, Don Emery. Good to see you, and me and you. Good to see you. And Hope Floats. I have Cinderella in the house. Hey, Cinderella, what's up? And then I have Lisa King. I see Lisa King. Good to see you guys. And thank you for praying for Devlin. I see the blue hearts too in the chat. Thank you so much for that. You guys are amazing. I am working on another video for Devlin, just kind of a recap of everything we went over because we did about a 5 hour live. Hey, Tony Fire. We did about a 5 hour live on Devlin Tate, and Panda Bear's mom came up. Town Chat was up for a little while, so it was a really good uh, live if you didn't get a chance to check it out. A lot of twists and turns in the case that were unexpected. And that happens whenever, there's a new case or you look at an old case that, has been out there, not even a cold case necessarily, but a case that, like Devlin's case, he's been missing for 5 months. So it's still an active and ongoing investigation, but we know how that is, and we're in the middle of an active and ongoing investigation that's gone on for Sebastian Rogers now for 2 years. So, um, you know, it's a tough situation. Hey, Mimi Ma, thank you so much for being here. Love your avatar representing Sebastian Rogers. Thank you. John Emery says, I hope Devlin gets found soon. Panda Bear's mom. Aw. Thank you so much, John. And I saw your prayers for him too. That's right. Panda Bear's mom says, thank you, Don Emery, Devlin's army, and Sebastian's army. That's right. We have to advocate for these kids, guys. We have to advocate for people, right? Because I even was advocating with Jana Crystal's sister on advocating for justice for her because she was wrongfully accused of taking her own life when, in my opinion, I believe that it was her husband, Tony Jones, who took her life. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you. Um, Very awesome young guy, Devlin is. And yeah, everything's still developing in the case, Panda Bear's mom. Exactly. Things are just developing as we're becoming knowledgeable about them. We just never know. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. Um, we just never know until we get into them, right? I mean, it's a matter of looking into the case and figuring out what's really going on. Because a lot of times the family is not truthful. And people don't just disappear in the middle of the day, not a 6 foot tall, 170-pound kid, right? Right before his 19th birthday. I don't know how Middle East brain surgery went, Kiki. I don't. I don't. And I was actually watching their live that they did on Devlin Tate last night. That's why I didn't come up because I had a couple of videos that I was working on, and I just decided to keep pushing through. So thank you, Dawn, for the green hearts for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And Summer Wells. We need to find Summer Wells too. Absolutely. She's out there somewhere. And there's been new developments in her case as well. Now, she's been missing for 4 years. It was just the 4 year anniversary, June 15th of 2025. So, these kids are out there, and I'm praying for Middle E too, Kiki. I am. I am definitely praying for him. He's had a rough go of it, Cancer is a tough thing because it's sneaky. It's sneaky. It gets in your cells, it gets in your blood, depending on what type of cancer you have. And so it's very difficult. It is so very, very difficult. I can't imagine what they've had to go through. And then, my friend's 2-year-old granddaughter is doing well with a transplant, right? A bone marrow transplant from her mom. Hey, Shadow. Thank you. Um, Sorry, guys. There's going to be a little bit of background noise for a second here. Um, Nate just walked in, but yeah, she is doing doing okay. Guys, I was a caregiver to my mother for cancer, so I don't ever like to say that everything's okay because it's sneaky. It's sneaky. One minute you could be in remission, and the next minute they'll find it's popped up somewhere else. So but I'm praying for both families, both families in this, because it's one of those horrible things in life that the best people seem to, you know and especially when it's a kid, especially when it's kids. It just absolutely breaks my heart. John Emery says, I lost two family members who had cancer. Yeah, I've known a lot of people who have had cancer. Um, and some people are still with us and some people aren't. So Panda Bear's mom said, yes, praise the Lord, they got all of mine out. Yes. Yes. And it's about early detection as well. If they can catch it early, then that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And Mr. and Mrs. E are wonderful people. Um, I just love watching their live streams and their perspective on things. They're just very good people. So, Dawn, I know it's so hard. You lost your brother to cancer, Panda Bear's mom. I'm so sorry. Hey, Broken Branch, good to see ya. Thanks for being here. So, yeah, it is. It's so tough, guys. It is so tough. So I'm praying that he has a speedy recovery, that everything goes smoothly. And, I pray for the ease because when someone that or especially a family member or a kid has cancer, it's like the whole family has it, right? It's like because it affects everyone, you know? Yeah, and sometimes you could have like a hysterectomy done, or I mean, men get breast cancer too, guys. Oddly enough, they do. But though they have breasts, so but yeah, I mean, that happens, and sometimes you just have to get a new set of tots, and you're good. Sometimes it's not that easy, right? But it's still a terrible process. I mean, you know a really close friend of mine, well, it's the great grandma of little Aaliyah, and she went through cancer right before Aaliyah came up with cancer. Well, she's got leukemia, so it's a little different. But she had to get her tots redone, and they had to stretch out her skin in order for them to reconstruct, and it's not easy. It's a terrible process. It's invasive, it's cruel. Some people lose all of their hair. It's a very cruel disease. So I'm so sorry that anybody has ever had to go through that, because it breaks my heart. It absolutely breaks my heart, you know Yes, I was the same way, Dawn, when I lost my mom. I was the same way. Yeah. Um, Me and you, says Dawn Emery. I had to have one as well in City of Hope, but it came back benign, thank God. Oh, good, me and you. That's fantastic. Yeah, you just get the hysterectomy and it seems like that helps out. Yeah, that's great, Dawn. I'm so glad that you were able to do that and recover. Yeah. Yeah, the stage 4 lung cancer is terrible, Panda Bear's mom. That's so hard to come back from, It really is. It really is. It's heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. And it happens to the best people. Um, Aw, thanks, Dawn. Hey, Sonia, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Seclusion Works. Seclusion Works says, I'd take cancer over dying from an incurable disease with no known cure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Um, I think any of those diseases out there that just really put people through the ringer. You're right, Seclusion. There's other ones out there too. You are so right. Yeah. Um, yeah. And it's difficult when there's nothing that they can do about it. And I think they could cure these diseases. What I think Seclusion Works is they can cure them. There's just no money in the cure, right? So why would they cure it if they could bring you to the hospital and charge you buku bucks, you know? Oh, your dad and uncle both had bowel cancer. I'm so sorry, Dawn. Sonia says I lost my sister and my husband to cancer. Oh my goodness. Oh, Sonia, I'm so sorry. And I mean it is it's so hard. It's so hard on the family. It is. Even when excuse me, the family doesn't have cancer, but you do because it's like it takes over um everything you plan for in life. It really does. You know? Aw. Thanks, guys, for showing everybody some love in here. You guys are awesome. Hey, Blessed, good to see you. Hey, Bliss Blessings, good to see you as well. Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. So we're going to rewind it back. We're going to rewind it back to the beginning of the Sebastian Rogers case. And, um, every time we watch these videos, or interviews, older ones, we catch something new every single time. So I find that to be very interesting. And I think it's time to kind of go. Um, Sorry, it was buffering for a second. I didn't even have it playing. What I've done with this one is I basically just took out the fluff. There's I left the questions in, but I took out the fluff, right? Because I wanted to just play Chris and Katie's part, right? Now, Trevor Lee was on panel with Duchess, but he didn't say a whole lot in terms of anything pertaining to Sebastian. It was just basically them telling people not to attack the Proud Feet because originally they were telling, the Proud Feet were telling everyone they were being attacked, right? But the problem that I find with anyone that says I'm being attacked, it puts up a red flag in my opinion, right? Because they could be getting negative feedback. That's not an attack. Negative feedback is not an attack. And when you hear negative feedback, you should really take a step back and absorb it, right? Process through it, and then maybe make a change in what you're doing instead of continuing on the way that you are, right? And then finding people that will stick up for you. Well, I'm being attacked. No, you're not. You're being asked the hard questions. You're being asked to produce your son because you were the last one with him, right? And so that's where I have a problem with the Proud Feet saying they were being attacked, but I took all of that fluff out, right? Because I don't want to be lectured by anybody, right? I know that you guys don't like to be lectured to. I don't like to lecture to you when I'm up here. I like to talk with you. I don't like to talk at you. So, with that being said, I took that out. And I took out the end where they were like, "Oh, these poor parents, blah 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 blah." Right? And I just put the meat and potatoes in here. But if you want to see the full interview, she did not erase this one. And this is full credit to Dutch Girl, right? So this is Duchess for the Missing was her name before. Now she's changed it over to Dutch Girl. And there you have it. So we're going to go over this talk and kind of get the origins, and I'm going to stop in between to talk about what we've just seen, kind of like how we do when we review. Um, but yeah, I just kind of want to tell you guys that there are places, and you'll see it. You'll see like a transition happen in the video where I stopped and then I'm starting back over again, right? Because I've taken something out, and you can kind of identify that in there. But like I said, everything that Chris and Katie has said to Duchess is in this interview. None of that was taken out or modified or edited or anything like that. Just kind of want to let you guys know what I've done to this video. So here we go.
I want to talk to you guys about a case out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, that is Sumner County, and we have a missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And I spoke with his mom today on a telephone call, and I wanted to make sure that I gave you the latest update on what is happening in this missing case. Sebastian is 15 years old, and I want to get over here and share his missing flyer, because here on Duchess, we share the accurate information, all facts. We don't want to mislead people. I want to make sure that we're sharing out all of the information. And I want to also give a big shout out to Smiley and Trev Time and all the creators that are covering Sebastian's case. It turns out that I have a friend of my sister's who reached out to me. She sent me a text and said, "Hey, I just wanted to let you know that Sebastian's mother is my cousin. And I would really appreciate it if you could please talk about Sebastian's case and get his information out there. I appreciate all that you do." And she put me in touch with Sebastian's mom, and we did speak at length today. And I did record a few things that I think it's very important for you guys to know what's going on in this case. His mother, his father, and his stepfather are very, very worried about what is going on, what's happening. There has been a lot of search efforts. So I want to bring you up to speed on what I know that's happening in this case.
Treating clients like family starts off with empathy. They're injured, they're hurt.
As for Sebastian,
All right, guys, I just want to pop in here really quick. So I wanted to remind everyone, and I know I have it written on the screen, but just in case if you guys are just listening like podcast style, I've written on the screen that I want to remind everyone that Chris and Katie wanted Seth to be on the same page with them, right? In the beginning, the very beginning. This is from March 3rd, 2024. Sebastian was reported missing February 26, 2024. And it even went so far as to Chris Proudfoot telling Seth that he wants to make a pact with him, right? That he wants to make this pact. And so I kind of wanted to just pop in and say that that's what I had written on the screen if you're only listening. So just keep that in mind, because what we know now is completely different than the narrative that they were pushing out in the beginning.
Wayne Drake Rogers, please share to locate. Sebastian is age 15. He has actual light brown, sandy blonde hair. According to his mother, he has brown eyes. He is 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighs 120 pounds. Sebastian is considered endangered missing. He is from Hendersonville, Tennessee, and he went missing on Sunday, February the 26th of 2024. Sebastian has been missing today for 7 days. He was last seen near Beach High School on Stafford Court. He was last seen wearing a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. Sebastian is autistic and he likes to hide under things. So TBI is asking residents who live near the search area around Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike to please check your outbuildings, your garages, your cars, and under your decks, anywhere where someone may hide and take shelter in case Sebastian used any of these as hiding places. And if you have seen or know about where Sebastian could be, please do not hesitate. Call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615 451 3838, or you can reach out to TBI, which is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, at 1 800 TBI Find. If you see this poster or any of the beautiful missing flyers that are circulating around for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please, please, please circulate that information around. You never know when somebody may see this young man out walking around. This is the area. As you can see, Sumner County is.
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to pop in really quick here. So when she's going over the information originally, I'm just assuming that this is coming from her conversation with Chris and Katie Proudfoot earlier in the day, right? She had spoken with them before her live, and I believe her live was at night or in the later in the evening, right? And so I think that's where she's pulling information from, as well as maybe the TBI website, or she's researching some information. But nevertheless, we were told that Sebastian likes to hide in small spaces, and look out for him. He's walking, things like that. And so that's what we believe to be true in the beginning, right? And there's a lot of things that they're going to say in this live that we're going to kind of think back and to ourselves. Well, I did, at least. And I'm like, wait a minute, well, they said this, but that's not really true, right? And this is the narrative, the original narrative that they pushed out. The very first time they've ever talked to anyone publicly was on Duchess for the Missing, because Katie's cousin and aunt are friends with Duchess and her family, in some aspect, right? Whether they're just acquaintances or somebody's watching Duchess, she explains it. She tells about it. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Jude. I'm sorry. I know, and you did send me the link too, and I'm like, uh-oh, so I can go there and do it right now, actually. Um, Thank you, me and you, for the green hearts. Hey, Patty Visco, good to see you. Thanks for being here, guys. So again, just kind of keying into little things that we're noticing now that we might not have noticed back then.
In the upper right hand corner. So the search efforts have been extended at this point out to Robertson County, Davidson County, which is where the capital, Nashville, Tennessee, is located, and also in Wilson County, Tennessee. Here is another picture.
All right, and she does not mention anything about Seth, so I found it to be fitting to ask something about Seth, right? Because or to say something, excuse me, about Seth, because he's Sebastian's father, right? And if we're looking at this map, let me just back up just a teeny tiny bit here for us. He actually works in Davidson County, right? Sumner County is where Sebastian lives, and then you have these neighboring counties. I don't know why she put stars around on these counties, and she didn't circle Sumner County. She just said that it was in the upper right hand corner of the screen, which is she's communicating, right? And I'm not knocking her for that. I'm not knocking her at all, really, because I mean, obviously she didn't know these people from Adam when she talked to them. She just knew some of their family members. And when you talk to someone over the phone, you're trying to gauge, the person. You're asking them questions, right? I've done this with families before, so I'm familiar. I'm not the best at it. I'm not, I've not done it a million times, but I have absolutely been in the position where I'm asking family members questions about their loved one who is missing, and I have to ask questions as I receive the information about the story, right? And so even if they're questions that are going in a direction that I think maybe the family member might shut down, I still have to ask those questions, right? Or some form of a question to have a deeper understanding of what's going on. And in my opinion, a deeper understanding for what's going on would have included where Seth is in the mix of all of this, right? Because Sebastian has and had at the time a biological father, Seth Rogers, who was very involved and very much a part of Sebastian's day to day life. It was a divorce situation. He was with his mother during the week. Every other weekend, he'd go see Seth. There was also occasions where if Sebastian was off of school, he would go to Seth. Right. We learned later that there was a situation where Faith came to town for Christmas and Sebastian went to Seth. So he was very involved, and instead of them giving the full story, because what they were doing in my opinion was avoiding Sumner County, and this is just kind of speaking to that, right? Oh, let's star all of these other counties that Sebastian's not from, right? The kid left barefoot is what they want us to think. So you think that he made it anywhere barefoot out of Sumner County? You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls, because that's not what happened. That's unbelievable and ridiculous, right? Unbelievable and ridiculous. I agree, Don Emery. And so for them to leave that big part out is a huge red flag to me, a huge red flag. So
area. As you can see, Sumner County is in the upper right-hand corner, so the search efforts have been extended at this point out to Robertson County, Davidson County, which is where the capital, Nashville, Tennessee, is located, and also in Wilson County, Tennessee. Here is another picture up close. The mother did tell me that she took this picture on Saturday when they were at the Costco. He looks like a brilliant young man, just full of life and energy. He looks very intelligent. She tells me he is a high functioning autistic. And I did ask them several questions because I like to get out the factual information. And I really appreciate it when the family is very forthcoming to give us all the information that we need to know. Apparently, the family has also let me know that there is a lot of misinformation that's going around, as well as the family is actually being attacked and harassed. So I have some clips that I do want to share with you guys because I feel like it is very critical for you to hear from the family about what has actually been going on. Now, the TBI is asking for people in this area around Beach High School to please search their property at a minimum of 2 times a day, according to the mother, in the morning and in the evenings, especially in case he has taken shelter somewhere and may be found sleeping.
all right. So right there, guys, in case he's found shelter somewhere and may be sleeping. And we know that Chris's sister Melissa had a theory that Sebastian got into someone's car and was sleeping, right? Very odd that they would push so far away from their own home when that's when he went missing. But that just shows the level of deception and guilt, in my opinion. Guilty knowledge. And so Beach High School, right, is where they were trying to say that they lived. That's their house. They wanted everybody to think that they lived at Beach High School. Oh, it's okay to tell everybody that. Go ahead and tell them it's the area of Beach High School. You'll hear Chris say that later, right? And even down to the information that was pushed out by the TBI, right? In the area of Stafford Court doesn't ever indicate that Sebastian went missing from his own bed in his own house, right? But they don't want to tell us that. They don't want to disclose that information because if they did, then people would start looking at Katie, right? I mean, TBI even pushed their own narrative, and I'll show you. This is the TBI. Whoa, and my big head. This is the TBI narrative, right? Stamped with their approval. Katie and Sebastian having a great old time sitting next to each other. Big smiles on their faces. But the reality of what really happened at the Texas Roadhouse that night is that Katie was telling Sebastian off. Katie was scolding Sebastian. Katie was looking around the restaurant with a nefarious, strange grin on her face, in my opinion. Katie was pushing her hand in Sebastian's face, and ultimately, Sebastian retracted, started picking on his nails, started biting his nails. That's what really happened. That's what really happened. Not this bogus narrative that they try to push, right? So, he went missing from 1008 Stafford Court. Katie put him to bed at 9 o'clock, right? Or he went to bed. He said, "Good night, mama. Good night, puppies," right? She never said, "Good night. I love you, Sebastian. I'll see you in the morning. Gonna be a great day. Gonna be a great week at school, buddy," right? "Get some sleep, champ." Nothing like that, right? Nothing like that. Hey, sandwich. So, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, right? Bliss Blessing says Sebastian was home every day for a few hours by himself. In my opinion, if he wanted to, quote, walk out that door, end quote, he would make his break at that time, not barefoot in the dark. I agree with that 10,000%, Bliss Blessings. There's no way this child walked like that. And anybody that wants to say that, I want them to do the Sebastian barefoot challenge. And I want them to go to Chris and Katie's house, right? And I want them to start on the sidewalk, and I want them to walk in any direction, and then I want them to let me know how far they got with no shoes on. Do it in the daylight. I'm not telling you to do it in the dark. Do it in the daylight. See how far you get. I mean, seriously. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm being for real. That picture was not taken at Costco, says me and you. It was photoshopped. Yeah, you could tell. So we're going to get into that a little bit too, me and you, a little later, but I agree with you. And the TBI also put their stamp of approval on that photo, so they could cover the bruises on Sebastian's neck. The thumbprint, in my opinion. Devlin's case and Sebastian's case are very similar, Panda Bear's mom. Very similar. Very similar. Except for Devlin doesn't have a Seth. He doesn't have a dad. A good dad around for him, in my opinion. I've yet to find one. Lisa King says that picture of Sebastian is of a younger age. I agree, Lisa King. And don't forget, guys, this is a picture that was being pushed into Seth's face saying, see, he was happy. He was happy when Seth walked in the door that morning after finding out that Sebastian was missing. Hey, Valley Gal. John Emery says, in my opinion, that photo of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has a bruise on his throat and the one with the autism jumper on. Yes, exactly, Dawn. And we're going to get into that. Like I said, I have a comparison photo that I'm going to show you guys and pause, and we can discuss it because I agree with you. And that is also stamped by the TBI. They knew exactly what they were doing by taking that photo and putting "Have you seen me" over it so no one can see the bruises. But guess what? We have citizen sleuths here. That's why YouTube is so powerful, and that's why we are so hated, is because we will tell what we see. We will look further at a picture. We do zoom in and look. And it's just like this one right here. And I don't even know whose good eye caught this. It wasn't me. But they sure did get it. But you could totally tell that somebody took this photo and blurred out whatever was on Sebastian's neck. What, somebody put their dirty paws on his neck and put bruises all over him, grabbed him back there? Yeah. Oh, and next time you Photoshop a photo, you might want to make sure you're not blurring out the light covering as well, because you did a real shit job, whoever did this, and try to cover up his bruises. You sick fuck. No, you should have saw that and exposed it for what it was, but you didn't. He runs with scissors. The haters forget this. KP and CP said Seth is a good dad. Oh, we're gonna hear it, Runs with Scissors. It's coming because they do, and they. Oh, we're not your typical co-parents here. Hey, Ann Reynolds, I got your flashlight in this video. Not the video you took, but I'm still working on putting that one in. But we want to do that a little bit later when we're going to do a comparison with lights. But thank you for being here. Hey, Twitch, good to see you. In my opinion, Katie was looking for someone at the restaurant. Yeah, they tried to say, oh, she was just looking for a waitress. No, she wasn't. In my opinion, no, she wasn't. You don't look around for a waitress looking like that. All weird and creepy and with a little, smile on your face. Yeah, not even a good night, dude. Not even, yeah, exactly. Or good night, Bubba, right? She says, I call him Bubba. Didn't call him Bubba then, did she? Lies, all lies. And it's, hey, Jude, Seth makes all the difference. Seth makes all the difference because he loves and cares for his son. Me and you says, in my opinion, Sebastian is in the house. He was moved for the police's sake. In my opinion, he is in the crawl space because CP is trying everything to keep everyone away from the house. Me and you, I cannot disagree there. I believe that he is. And then also, you know, um, I don't, in my opinion, I think that the police have never sought out for a warrant, and I think that Katie lawyered up right away. Right, because I don't believe she was questioned properly. I don't believe, or really at all. I think she was just taken at her word. But there's also no, according to law enforcement, there's no evidence that Sebastian ever left the house, but they said that he made it there. So there that very well could be. He's been missing way too long, Andrea. I know, Carla. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. We are. Ooh, I want a cookie. What mother gets rid of her son's doggies after being gone only a short time? I know. I mean, they didn't even do the interview over at their house, right? America's Most Wanted wasn't invited to come to their house. Yeah, and all of his pets before that were taken away. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's terrible. Yeah, well, people are going to do that, Sandy. And I understand that because they're angry and they're looking for someone to blame. Sandy says, I saw a person in a Facebook chat. She blamed Seth and said he knew and did nothing about the abuse. Right. But he didn't. And that's the thing. He came out right after Smiley Story's interview. Hey, Kimberly. And said, look, I just found out that, you know, Sebastian was being hit with the belt by Chris on the podcast. I had no idea that that was going on. And I believe him because I think that there would have been some major issues, right? Hey, social butterfly. The Amber Alert says it all to have the know who took him in the vehicle. Well, and that's the thing too. I mean, Amber Alerts will always have a vehicle description, but we never got one of those, right? But we know that there was a vehicle in the neighborhood that night because it was caught on camera. Just like every other event during that night was caught on camera, just like the next day, Katie was caught on camera driving around the neighborhood. So everybody else is caught on camera, but Sebastian? What, he put an invisible cloak on? What is this? A fairy tale? A little fairy story? No. No, we don't do fairy stories here. This is true crime. This is true crime. We look into these cases. These are real people, real issues, real missing children. But they want to turn it into a fairy story. Oh, he just vanished. Bullshit. If no evidence he left the house, yet he is gone and only Katie was home. What does that say? Well, I think they're trying to divert from the 3 a.m. lights. I really do. I think they're trying to take away from the 3 a.m. lights because that's what they're afraid of us seeing is and talking about. They don't want us to talk about it at all. Seth was at work on camera, and that's why they wanted. Uh, that's why they truly wanted Seth to be on the same page with them, and even so far as to make a pact with them, because he was the one that had the alibi. They didn't. They were up Shit's Creek without a paddle, right? But the only saving grace is that they had Sheriff Craddock and Ken Widener. And why the hell are the fire buffs, the fire department, asking for cleaning supplies and energy drinks and trash bags? What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like that in my life. Water, snacks, Gatorade. I never heard them ask for toilet paper. Right? Right? Weird. Sonia says Crimson is telling people that the car outside where the flashlights were was Chris and Seth. Well, I will say that one came in one night in my chat, right after Chris pulled his little crap on Cluminati, and she wanted to come up on the panel and probably push that same narrative. But I declined to have her up because she was demanding me answer her in the chat, and she didn't want to answer any of my questions, and she goes, well, you got the lights video wrong, you guys don't know. And I said, oh, we are well aware here that the lights video, the flashlight video, is the actual video being played and someone else is recording it from their cell phone, and then they zoom in at a certain point. I said, we're very aware of that here, right? But I let her stay and have a conversation. She's also said on numerous occasions that Seth wasn't at work, and it's all bull crap, you know. If he was working someplace else other than at a jail, I might side eye him a little bit and say, well, maybe he left, maybe he had somebody clock in for him, maybe this, maybe that. It would be too difficult. It would be too difficult. And no, I do not think Seth has anything to do with it. No. Me and you says exactly. I think that they are protecting them now. So who's to say that they actually really shared, or excuse me, that they actually really searched the house? Think about it. It's a perfect plan. We will never find him. That's exactly what CP said. Yeah, I know. I get you, me and you. I do. We talked about the crawl space a little bit. I was thinking there was a way that they could have, you know, brought him out that way. But then I was like, no, it wouldn't go that far. But then again, if he's still in there. Brenda Calvert says, I wonder if any neighbors' cameras caught CP leaving to go pick up his camper. It'd be interesting to see if he loaded anything after he got Seth to leave the house, their house, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm very curious about that, you know? Very curious. Very, very curious. Twitch says, my husband's opinion, he thinks that CP and KP did something at their house and they took their trip to Alaska and did something with him there. CP and his parents did take a trip to Alaska. Well, it was Kathy and Terry, because Terry Bowersox's job, it's a regular work trip that he's taken in the past and that he took right after Sebastian went missing to Alaska. But Chris, to my knowledge, and Katie did not participate in that trip. Well, I know they didn't. But that doesn't mean they couldn't have done something. I mean, look, Kathy Bowersox is a realtor, so she has access to all kinds of properties, right? And then Chris's family, there's builders, so they could have kept Sebastian somewhere else. And these, you know, I'm sorry, but they're incompetent as fuck. These guys are. the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They're inept. It's like, and I'm not saying that Eric Craddock is not educated. He is. But book smarts and street smarts and common sense is far off, in my opinion. Mimima says, I think if Seth had known, there probably would not be a Chris. I agree with that. There would have been major issues. We'll just put it that way. And that would have been an absolute reason to take that to the court and say, my son needs to, be in my custody. Sonia says Crimson played a recording of Bobby saying it was Chris and Seth driving off with Sebastian. Yeah, I played that too, here on the show. And I think Bobby was talking a little bit out of her ass. And I say that only because she had such a different story to tell, and why wouldn't she have told that to JLR, But when she doesn't know she's being recorded, she says some shit like this, So, yeah, Carla, I played it. Look, I'll link it for you guys. Hold on, I'll link it for you. And then you guys can go over and listen. Now, the audio, I had to modify it because you have Crimson, who is very loud, and she's recording the conversation without Bobby's knowledge. And then you have Stephen Crabtree, who is super duper soft, almost like he's not talking directly into his phone. And then you have Bobby, who is kind of moderately loud, but then she also has like a higher pitch, squeakier kind of a voice. And so it was a doozy trying to edit the for quality, the sound for quality, and it was a pain in the butt, but I did it. So there's certain parts where you can't really hear what Crabtree is saying, plus I think he's on some sort of substance, in my opinion. But here's the link to the video that I did, and she does say that in there. In the beginning, she says that somebody was, carrying Sebastian out, So, that's what you said in the beginning. Hey, GA64, good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, let's go ahead. I know I'm a little bit behind in the chat. Hey, Lolly, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Uh-oh, that's another one. Uh-oh, Hey Jude. I'm going to hide from Hey Jude today. Okay, all right. Here we go, guys. Here's this next part.
They're hoping that they're going to be.
I'll just kind of.
So I have some clips that I do want to share with you guys because I feel like it is very critical for you to hear from the family about what has actually been going on. Now, the TBI is asking for people in this area around Beach High School to please search their property at a minimum of 2 times a day, according to the mother, in the morning and in the evenings, especially in case he has taken shelter somewhere and may be found sleeping. They're hoping that they're going to be able to find him somewhere. This is getting more by the days, guys, because this is 7 days that he has been missing. Of course, they have a command center that is set up here. Please, please, please share this information out. Such a sweet young man, and his parents are very, very worried, and they're likely listening to this live stream right now. I see Trev Times come into chat. Thank you for being here, Trev. I think he did a live stream earlier today when I was actually speaking with Sebastian's mom on the phone, and I missed your live stream, Trev, and I'm so sorry. But I was going to send you a message to let you know that she said if you would like to reach out to her, she would be more than happy to speak with you. I think they're working closely with the father, the stepfather, and the mom. So, there's not like a situation where, we have parents that are not speaking to each other. They're working very diligently, and they are trying to find the best strategy about coming forward.
Okay, guys, I just want to point that out. So that's one time. Here's one time where Duchess is pushing the narrative for Chris and Katie. Oh, we're hunky dory, great family. Oh, everything's wonderful. Oh, and yeah, they're, the police are working closely with, the parents, not mentioning Seth, Chris and Katie. Why would they be working with the family like that, where the child went missing from? You know, why would they be doing that? They wouldn't be in any other circumstances. They wouldn't be. They would have pulled the parents in like they did with Brittany Gosney and said, "Where's the kid? Where's your son? Where's your son?" Right? But they didn't do that here. Instead, we see them pushing this narrative out. Oh, we got to get ahead of it. Hurry up and tell everybody that we're just the best of friends, when really that's not it. You know. Sonia, that's a great point. Dutch went to Myrtle Beach with CP and KP for Bikers Week. Yeah, yeah. She went from Duchess for the missing to Dutch girl. We'll just put it that way. But thank you for sharing that, Sonia, because yeah, they're best buds now.
Whether it be to the news or if they make a written plea, please, if you know anything, come forward and let us know if you have seen Sebastian. And I see Chris in the chat. Thank you so much for being here, Chris. If you see Chris Proudfoot in the chat, that is Sebastian's stepfather. And we really appreciate you being here. And thank you for speaking with me today. We just want to get out the most accurate information about your son so that we can hopefully help anyone to know all of the information about Sebastian so that we can make sure that he is found safely and that he comes back home, because I know that you and his mom, miss him very much. Absolutely, Trev. I will put you in touch with him. I will message you after this live stream. And Trev, if you want to come up on panel and talk about this, I would be happy to send you a link. The family really does appreciate everyone that is sharing Sebastian's information. I really do want you to hear from the family. When I talk with people on the phone, I automatically just record conversations in case there's information that I miss. And I did ask permission from Sebastian's mother if I could play specific clips on information that they would like for the public to know, because
when I think about my journey as a Team USA athlete, it shows a lot of parallels to being a student.
They did tell me that there is some misinformation that's going around, and they wanted to clarify a few things. And there is some things that they can't speak on right now, but when they're ready to come forward, they will do so, and they will let us know if there's any updates that's going to be happening. Sebastian does need his medication, so this is a critical situation. I've also made a phone.
Okay, guys, and I just want to put it out there again, too. I mean, I would never befriend somebody that lied their ass off to me and made me look like a fool, because this is what is I mean, I'm reading the chat, and it makes her look foolish. It makes her look foolish. It really does. Because she's going to turn around, we're going to watch it coming up on Smiley Stories World, and she's going to tell Smiley Stories straight out when asked that Sebastian didn't really need his medication, right? Because he was on medication for ADHD, right? So it wasn't like a necessity. I mean, you should always be weaned off of medicines. You shouldn't just abruptly stop taking any type of medicine. But he wasn't in need of it. Oh, he needs it. He needs it. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. And his mother will say that, right? And then all of this bull crap, about how hey, Jen and GA, good to see you. About how, oh, his autism, is going to run rampant, right? But he didn't need medications for the autism. They never talk about the rare chromosome deletion that Sebastian has, right? They never talked about the pocket of fluid on his brain. because they didn't care about getting the right information out. They wanted to get their own story out. They wanted to get ahead of the narrative. They didn't care about finding Sebastian. They wanted to be left alone. They wanted everybody to stop talking about Sebastian. That's the only reason they went on the show, in my opinion.
Call to my very good friend Brad with Wings of Hope and hopefully be able to arrange a search and rescue team that can go down there to assist in the search and rescue efforts to help find Sebastian. So we are keeping our fingers crossed that Brad is going to be able, if he's not able to do it, he is going to try to reach out to some other search and rescue teams that might be able to send in more manpower, because we need all hands on deck. If you know any search and rescue teams, if you are in the state of Tennessee, don't hesitate to reach out. I do have the information. Let me look that up real quick. I did screenshot that. Ken Widener is the director of Sumner County EMA in Gallatin, Tennessee, and I do have his email and work number. So if anyone does need that information, if you will just email me, or if you can reach out to me on Facebook, I will also give that information to Trev. You can reach out to Ken Widener to help coordinate those efforts. Trev says, I'm waiting to get the go ahead that way, and I'll be joining the search as well. Trev, we really appreciate you. If you guys are local to this area and you can go out and volunteer your time to help this family in any search and or any type of efforts that they have going on, I know this family would be so grateful for any help that you could offer them. I also did see a post today on WKRN News that stated anyone wishing to help the crews in the search for Sebastian Rogers can do so by donating goods at the command center at Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department. And that was at this area where I showed you this picture earlier. And according to Sumner County fire buffs, current needs are toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, and energy drinks. And you can actually find this post on Facebook. And that drop-off address is 3199 Long Hollow Pike. And that's in Hendersonville, Tennessee. So if you guys are local to that area and you can go by and bring these search and rescue teams extra things that they need to have on hand, I know people would be really, really appreciated it.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Eric Craddock from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the Chief Deputy here, joined by Ken Weiner, the Director of Sumner County EMA. Wanted to come to the public and give you guys an update on the search for Sebastian Rogers. Last Monday morning at about 6:30, Sebastian was reported missing from his home. Since then, we've conducted an extensive and exhaustive search around the home, looking for any evidence, any trace of Sebastian. At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations. Let me be clear that this does not diminish our commitment to finding Sebastian. This is simply us transitioning from the ground search to the investigative side. We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe.
So they scaled back the search for Sebastian Rogers on March 4th, 2024, but they were still asking for toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, and energy drinks, just to switch it over to the investigative side. They were no longer doing ground searches for Sebastian Rogers. What is that? And just look at the items that were requested: toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, energy drinks.
We have no leads, no details to indicate that.
Okay, guys, so anybody that has their own tinfoil hat, put it on. But I mean, I hate to say it, but it's weird, isn't it? I mean, look, they wanted these items, right? This was the current needs list that was given by Duchess for the missing, right? At that time. So March 3rd, 2024, Sebastian had been missing for 7 days. They did a whole week-long search, right? And they searched 4.5 mile radius around Sebastian's house because that's where he went missing from, right? So, I mean, even though they're telling us that he went missing, um, from the Beach High School area, we all know he went missing from his own home in his own bed, right? But they want us to bring them toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, and energy drinks. It sounds like they're helping the Proudfeet to clean up some sort of a crime scene, in my opinion. Okay. Okay. Uh, Tinfoil hat on, right? What is with that? What is with that? Hey, BMW Coupe, I can't do the rock hands on here because I just have, I wish I knew how to do that on an emoji. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hindsight, too. Good to see you guys. Welcome in, everyone. But I mean, this is the things that make me fashion a tinfoil hat. Current needs is toilet paper, Clorox. Oh, and by the way, we get really tired when we're cleaning up a crime scene, so we need you to bring us some energy drinks, please. I mean, come on. And then the very next day, they come out with the press release that we're watching with Ken Weiner, right? And it's like, okay. And they didn't say, by the way, we were asking for supplies, but don't worry about that anymore. No, keep it coming. Keep it coming. We need toilet paper, right? Because if we're going to be sitting in the office all day, right, we'll order in some takeout. We're gonna need some toilet paper. It's very random. Clorox wipes, what is that? Trash bags, so weird. Sandwich says, I'm sorry, but search and rescue isn't really needing toilet paper. Am I the only one? I mean, I'm like, did the National Guard come in and clear you guys out of toilet paper, or what is going on? Yes, seclusion works, bingo. To stock the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, not the searchers. Right. For the porta potties, maybe. Milky Way girl, good to see you. Possibly, and they may have all of the people coming in from other agencies. Maybe they did clear them out of toilet paper. That I could see that. But trash bags? I mean, you can go get a whole big roll of trash bags down at the dollar store for cheap or at Walmart. I mean, I go to Walmart for mostly everything because it's cheaper there. Tina Girl says, I don't understand why they need toilet paper for what. Well, and and all of these items seem a little bit strange, especially when we put them all together into context. It's like, okay, toilet paper, Clorox, okay, and that's just something little that I didn't catch. And then Holly S had said earlier, I didn't know about the how they got linked up with Duchess, and she does say it a couple of times, but it's kind of hard to catch it, especially because this happened so long ago, right? Almost 2 years ago. So yeah, they're replenishing their stock, and the energy drinks thing was kind of weird to me. Like I get that for the searchers, but also energy drinks aren't like the healthiest. Like I can't drink energy drinks anymore. Hey Karen. So, I mean, toilet paper, what the hell Lisa says at their home. Yeah, who knows? What if they were even taking that toilet paper home with them, you know? So, I mean, Krista, good to see you. So, and I just kind of noticed this, and these are the little things that I didn't notice before, that I'm noticing now, after the fact. Um, and I might have like zoned out while she was talking too. Some dude wipes. They didn't ask for dude wipes, Sandy, but I did put that in my my snarky comments. So, right. Krista says, yeah, but yet no one's allowed to hand out Sebastian's flyers at Pig Fest, and they want all those that she or all those cleaning up stuff. Yeah, and I don't understand why they wouldn't. Oh, it's for the porta potty, Jude says. Jude says it's for the porta potty. Yes, prayers for Jack and Lily as well. Yes. Milky Way Girl says the energy drinks is weird though. They usually ask for plain water for hydration. Sure, like water, definitely. Yes, Milky Way Girl. I don't even think energy drinks are safe for that in that environment. I don't think they're safe like anyway, but so I know what you're saying though, because I don't know. And then you're like really like jacked up. I don't know, but I mean, I would think coffee would be good. See, I don't know. I'm more of a coffee person because it doesn't have that effect on me. And maybe some other people they don't have that effect from it too. Yeah, water and snacks. Yeah, like granola bars or what are those bars? The Cliff bars are good. Now not everybody likes that kind of stuff, but Um, I like the white chocolate macadamia nut Cliff bars. Those are really good. Um, just something quick that you can take, like you said, those seclusion small snacks that you could like put in a backpack that you can put in your gear. But water is a huge one. Water is a really, really big one. Yeah, food and drinks are legit. These are crazy items. I was so surprised. Now this was posted according to Duchess by the fire buffs. So the fire department, which we know is right off of the New Shekel Island Road, right? Right there by Chris and Katie's house. Those were the ones that were asking for these items. It wasn't the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It was the I was going to say Springfield. I don't know why. It was the fire buffs, Sumner County fire buffs. And those are the firefighters. So I don't know. It's weird. I just found it to be strange. Oh, good point, Sandwich. Yeah, the state provides that kind of funding for that stuff 100%. So they are not allocating funds properly for sure. Wow. See, that just blew my mind because I was like thinking, I was putting my tinfoil hat on, girl. I'm not kidding you. I was over here like, okay, here we go. Were they helping with the crime scene? No, but yeah, what you're saying is spot on. They have monies for that, and they should be allocating them specifically for those needs. They should have enough toilet paper. They should have enough trash bags. Clorox wipes, probably from the pandemic. I think maybe they keep those around a lot more. Um, you know, Maybe they always had them. When I worked in an office, we always had them. Um, Especially when I worked over like a call center, like, oh my gosh, talk about getting sick. Any call center I've ever tried to work at, I'd get sick the first week just being around everybody and switching headsets and you know. Holly S says it's almost like they're making a joke of something. This list is weird. I mean, I don't know. Like it was weird because read it off and I'm like, okay, what were their current needs at that time? I started typing it in. I'm like, wait a minute, this is weird. So then I pulled in the press conference because I was like, wait, did they have a press conference that day and scale the search back or was it but really I think it was the end of the day, the next day, which would have been March 4th, 2024, right? So Chris and Katie went the entire week without going on any type of a podcast or speaking to the media. As a matter of fact, they said that the family didn't want to speak to the media. And then they go out and they talk to Duchess for the missing, which is fine. I'm not knocking them for that. They came out and talked. But then they come out and talk on the 7th or excuse me, on the 7th day, which would be been March 3rd. And then we have the 4th, which was the very next day around 4 or 5 o'clock. They're scaling the search back. So I don't know how many people actually went over and brought them these items by listening to Duchess, but there were a lot of local people in there. We'll see as we go on. They have to wipe their tears, Jen and GA. My goodness. Yeah, Sam's spot on, right? Sam's spot on. Hey, Melanie, good to see you. With Cody Bigsby, they asked for water, snacks, and I think extra searchers. Right. They were saying they were good on the searchers, you know. That's what's crazy to me too. Um, yeah. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't know why they did that. They need some toilet paper because they're full of it, right? Trooper's mom, good to see you. Oh my goodness, Trooper and Iris's mom. Oh my goodness. I was just like, it's just the littlest things that you catch on the second thousandth time that you watch it, you know? So all right, guys, and welcome in everyone. I know I get a little bit behind in chat. Hey Denise, good to see you. Hey, Women's Warrior. Lady, I was a part of a big campaign about energy drinks and the dangers, mainly focused on the silly and rude names that they're using and the attractive can bottles to entice children. Yeah, I don't think the kids should drink them. Oh, God, they have enough energy. They need to bottle up whatever kids have and then sell it to us. You know what I'm saying? It's like because the kids are the ones that have all this energy and they're running around everywhere, and you're like trying, moms are trying to keep up with them and but yeah, I don't know. I just, I used to drink them when I was younger, like when they first came out and stuff. And then I realized like my heart would start racing and I'm like, that can't be good for me to be doing that. Um, yeah, Sandwich says they are funded by the state for stuff like that to replenish their stock. And it sounds like yeah, it's the fire station. The funds are not being allocated properly. Follow the money, right, Sandwich? And they had people like, Live Love Nashville, which is one of the sponsors of PigFest as well, or excuse me, they're one of the benefiting um, charities for PigFest, right? And they were bringing in food for the searchers, they were bringing snacks for the searchers, and those are people that are friends with the Bower Sox, right? They're all friends. Katie's very well connected with all of them because of her mother-in-law, right? That's why she probably got to, bring Sebastian to opportunities like this, Christmas for kids, right? And he looked like he had a ball. He's so cute. But, I mean, Katie and Chris are very well connected through the Bower Sox. I'm sure nobody likes Chris just like any of us. We don't like them. They probably don't like them. They probably thought Sebastian was a joy. Thank you. Hey Jude. Yes. And I did share it too. I shared it on my page if you guys want the link to Voices of Truth. Oh, thank you. Hey Jude. Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Where's Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Do you know? Yep. I agree. I agree. I do. Hey Tracy. I agree. All right, guys, let's get back into it. They were no longer doing ground searches for Sebastian Rogers. What is that? And just look at the items that were requested: toilet paper, Clorox wipes, trash bags, energy drinks.
We have no leads, no details to indicate that Sebastian is not alive. We are going to follow up on every lead. We have a planned response if anyone has a sighting of Sebastian. Our patrol deputies will be out. Our investigators will be out. We are still coordinating with law enforcement across the state. We are still consulting with experts. This decision does not come lightly. We have consulted with, and I've deferred to the experts in search and rescue. Every time we've asked, they've said you've done everything you can do. At this time, Director Wanda?
Yeah. So we'll continue to have a command post at the fire station there. We won't man it 24/7, but we will have K9 units in the area. We'll have teams ready to go. The sheriff's office will have deputies on patrol, and if we get any report, we'll respond to that location. We'll send K9 to that location and search teams should we get any information. So we will continue, and any tips we get, we will reactivate to the level we need to respond with.
I'd like to take a moment and thank all the first responders from across the state of Tennessee that have come out and help us in the search for Sebastian. They've come from as far as Knox County. We've called in the state National Guard to help. The Army National Guard was here to help. If there was a resource we thought we could utilize to help locate Sebastian, we've used it. And we will continue to do so based on the leads that come in. The Sheriff's Office continues to urge families to check your properties, to check your cameras. No detail is too small. If you have a detail that you think is important, please call 615-451-3838. Thank you.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Let me go over here. I see that I just got a text. And Chris, are you down for a Q&A? You want to do that? I know that we talked earlier and you were thinking about, you were going to let me know if you want to come up and speak. I am more than happy to send you a link and you can come up on the live stream, or you can call me on the phone and everyone can hear you via the telephone. So you just let me know in the chat and we can certainly do that. I think it really helps people to hear exactly what the family wants the public to know, what the needs are, what you guys are going through. It really helps us in the true crime community that's sharing out the information to know exactly what's going on, because sometimes things on social media that get shared around are not always factual. I'm grabbing that StreamYard link right now. And Chris, I'm going to send you guys that StreamYard link on your Facebook Messenger. And if you decide that you want to come up and join Trev and I'd really like for you to meet Trev. He is a wonderful young man who covers lots of missing cases in the state of Tennessee. And I have a lot of respect for him. And I promise that he will do your case justice. And like I said, he is local to the area and he is willing to do whatever it takes to help these families. And that is why I love having Trev on my team. So I'm going to send you that link to the mom's Facebook now, Chris, if you will look for that. If you click on that link, you don't have to sign up for anything. You can leave your camera off. You don't have to turn on your screen unless you want to. All of the members, I did speak to the parents also, because I would like to maybe get some people together that might be interested in getting up a billboard for Sebastian in Hendersonville, Tennessee. We've put up billboards for Summer Wells. We've put up billboards for Tyler Doyle. We've put up billboards for Jaden Carpenter. So I think anything at this point would possibly help to locate Sebastian and get his face out there. And the mom said that would be wonderful, whatever it takes to bring her Bubba home. And that's what we want to do, is we want to bring this child home safe. Okay, we have Trev here. Hey, Trev.
Good evening, Duchess. Thanks for having me up. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm sorry that I missed your stream earlier, but I was actually talking to the family and I told them all about your channel and the wonderful work that you're doing for the missing, and that I wanted to connect them to you because I felt like that you might be able to give them some local resources and help.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm in these. I mean, you know me well enough to know that in these kind of cases, whatever I can do, small, big, whatever it is, it's all about us all playing our part. And so I'm happy to help however Absolutely. I can, especially if it's here somewhere I can, I can be within driving distance ever get to.
Right.
For example, the cases here with the girls, and then now this case in Middle Tennessee.
Exactly. And see how I'm here in South Carolina, but I do have friends that live in Tennessee, and that's really important for me to just try to extend my reach. I know a lot of search and rescue people, and I make missing flyers myself, and it's good to have connections, because if I have a case, just like his mother's cousin reached out to me, she knows me personally, and I was like, well, I know a bunch of people that I can call on that will be able to help get this case out. So it looks like that we have them coming up on panel. So if you guys will please welcome Sebastian's parents to the live stream. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in here really, really quick because Hey Jude sent me something very interesting about the Hendersonville Fire Department's division chief, named Jamie Kostler, right? So it says the Hendersonville Fire Department's division chief, Jamie Kostler, was fired after being arrested and charged with aggravated assault for allegedly assaulting a girl during a class wars prank in late September of 2025. The department reported that Kostler no longer worked for the city, having retired on September 22nd, 2025, shortly before the charges and public knowledge of the incident became known. Right? So, let me just go ahead and Google it, y'all. Hendersonville, Tennessee fire chief. Give me 1 second. Jamie. And I have no idea what class wars prank is. Does anybody know what a class wars prank is? Because I have no idea. But obviously he did this to a girl, which is disgusting, right? It's just let's just call it as what it is. It's disgusting. Oh, these people are shameless. All right, so let me just go ahead and pop that off and pop this up. Wow. Okay, here we go. Can we all take a gander? Yep. All right. Hey, Gina, good to see you. Division Fire Chief. Thank you. Gina, do you know what this prank war thing is? Class Wars prank. It says, quote, Class Wars, end quote, prank. Last September of 25. What is that? People said she deserves what? Oh, good Lord. C. Taylor. Good to see you, sweetie. Deserves what? A prank? I mean, we all can be deserving of a good prank if it's in good fun and it's fun, right? I mean, that's one thing. That's why I love The Office when they prank Dwight. It's like so hilarious to me, you know? When they did the Morse code thing, Jim and Pam did that to him. Oh my gosh, hilarious. But that's in good fun. There he is. There's old Jamie Kostler. He looks like a real winner, doesn't he? Looks like a real winner. Hey, Choochie. Thank you, Hey Jude, so much for sending this to me. Good night. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh boy. All right, so Middle Tennessee, Hendersonville firefighter Jamie Kostler charged with aggravated assault of a teenager. Wow. What a guy. What a guy. Wow. Hendersonville, Tennessee. This is a courtesy of WKRN. A high-ranking Hendersonville firefighter is accused of attacking a teenager amid junior-senior wars at Sumner County schools. Okay, so it was the senior prank. I gotcha. Okay. Court records show. Okay, so wait a minute though. When did this old fart graduate graduate high school rather? When did this old fart right here graduate? Because he shouldn't be participating in senior week at the high school. What a jerk. Oh gosh, here we go. Court records show Hendersonville division chief. So he's the chief over the entire division, right? Jamie Kostler was charged with a felony aggravated assault after he reportedly held a teenage girl in a chokehold on his property. On his property. Not at the school, y'all. While he was off duty last week. Jamie Kostler. Maybe he had too many energy drinks. Hey, Trent. Maybe he had too many energy drinks. What a doofus. Officers were called to a home on Clanding Drive in Gallatin just before 10 p.m. on Sunday, September 21st. While speaking with the group of teenagers, officers were told Kostler put a teen in a chokehold and held her until she almost lost consciousness, according to court documents. How is that a prank? Right? Pranks are clever, right? They're witty, they're fun. That's not a prank. That's abuse. That is a psychotic individual, my friends. A psychotic individual. Wow. Okay. So he was off duty and he puts this girl in the chokehold. She almost loses consciousness. Officers were then shown videos of the assault, which reportedly showed the victim being held in a chokehold-like manner by Kostler while he threw her around and yelled at the teens. What the fuck? According to an arrest warrant, Kostler is seen in one video hitting the girl in her face while holding her by the neck. Oh my God. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. What the fuck? The teens admitted they were pranking. What? No, that's not a prank. Pranking the property by putting flour on the driveway. The incident happened less than 100 yards away from Kostler's home in a neighborhood parking lot. I thought they said it was on his property. The chokehold was on his property is what it says up here. So what? See, look, they're just damage control. News 2 attempted to speak with Kostler at his home in Gallatin. He did not answer the door. Sunday's altercation ties into a much larger issue of prank wars that Sumner County has seen in recent weeks. The school district and local law enforcement have shared warnings against students committing these pranks, and arrests have been made. So far, 17 high schoolers, nice students, 9 Hendersonville students and 8 Gallatin students have been arrested for vandalism. The city of Hendersonville provided News 2 with a statement. The Hendersonville Fire Department is aware that Division Chief Jamie Kostler was recently arrested and charged with aggravated assault involving a juvenile. Kostler submitted his retirement effective September 22nd and is no longer employed at the city of Hendersonville. He has been with Hendersonville Fire Department for 34 years. Kostler was released from jail on a $30,000 bond. Documents show he is set to appear in court on October 8th. Right? Gotta get him in there before Pig Fest, because his ass would probably be there. Wow.
Looking into this case and breakdown.
All right, let's see if I can make this a little bigger. There we go. Can you guys see this? Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's watch this. Hey Jude, thank you so much for sharing this. This is very interesting and important for us to recognize. This is Channel News 2 WKRN, News 2 Nashville.
A high-ranking Hendersonville firefighter has been arrested after a prank took a drastic turn. Jamie Kostler is charged with felony aggravated assault, according to court records. It happened Sunday night as high school students were allegedly trying to vandalize Kostler's Gallatin home. News 2's Sam Commenti has been looking into this case and breakdowns what we know.
I'm trying one more time. I know we've been hanging out outside your house. I apologize. I'm just trying to give you a chance to speak, Jamie. If you feel obligated, I understand if you don't want to. All right. So over my shoulder is the home of Jamie Kostler, now former Hendersonville firefighter captain. And according to police records, just before 10 o'clock, the kids came up to his driveway, his property here, and began to, quote unquote, prank him, vandalize the property by dumping flour onto his driveway. At that point, from what we understand, Jamie comes out of the house and the situation takes a hard left. And here is where everything escalated. Right in front of these mailboxes, right in this neighborhood parking lot, is where, according to the police, Jamie Kostler grabs the 16-year-old girl in a chokehold-like manner, somewhat flings her around as he's yelling at the other kids that were attempting to vandalize his property. At one point, as he's got her in the chokehold, Kostler also hits her in the face. And if you want further proof of what happened here Sunday night, it's lying right here in this parking lot. We presume this is the flour the kids were using on Kostler's driveway before the prank turned into a nightmare. Jamie Kostler was a 34-year veteran of the Hendersonville Fire Department. The city tells us he has filed for his retirement and no longer works for HFD. Sunday's incident ties into a much larger issue of, quote, prank wars that Sumner County has seen in recent weeks. The school district and local law enforcement have shared warnings against students committing these pranks, and arrests have been made. So far, 17 high schoolers, 9 Hendersonville students, and 8 Gallatin students have been arrested for vandalism. Those kids are expected to be in court sometime in October. In Gallatin, Sam Chimenti, News 2.
Okay, guys. And I recognize Sam Chimenti because he was the one that was he was actually covering the Pusser case, Buford Pusser, his case. Very, very interesting. Hey Jude. I mean, you know, I'm going to the comments. I can see that you guys are pretty pissed as I am, you know. Hey KJ Mack, I mean, like what's up with that? You know, like it's flour. I mean, you know, when it's wet, it kind of turns in, you know, into like a paste. For anybody who's ever like done paper mache or made a piñata, you know, that's how you can make piñatas is with the paper mache. It's used as kind of like an adhesive in a paste when it's wet. I mean, I laugh because look, these are kids, right? These are like kids that are doing prank wars, like you know, for junior, senior year, right? And just kind of getting together. Now, I mean, vandalizing, yeah, that does go along with the territory, right? They might TP somebody's house, or they might egg somebody's house, or you know, something like that. Those are the things I can think of off the top of my head. But apparently, because I know GA64, you were saying, you know, what's up with that? You know, it says in the article that, you know, they were in the parking lot. It looks like they were actually doing it to his driveway, from what I can gather. But his reaction was way out of hand. What man puts his hands on a young lady, a teenager, you know? Yeah, the kids were pouring it on their driveway, Tracy, on his driveway. And it looks like there was like a parking lot, like over by the mailboxes. It looks like it was kind of like a little, he lives in sort of like a, you know, a community, maybe they're condos, or, you know, maybe maybe their houses. I don't know. He looked like he had a decent little house there. But it might have been like a little condo. But yeah, they were pranking. So it sounds like they were pranking him, right? And they all got together. Let's go get Chief, you know, Kostler's house or whatever, you know. And they came out, and that's right, Carla. God will wash the freaking flour off the driveway. I mean, it's going to be nasty and pasty and bleh, a mess. I will say that. And I'm not saying those children were right, but they're kids. Like, kids do stupid shit all the time. I mean, none of us can look in the mirror and say, oh, well, when I was a kid, I was just perfect. I never did a damn thing. And if you can, good for you. But I'm here to tell you, I lived my life and learned from stuff. I made mistakes, and, you know, That's just part of life, you know. He should have went out there and said, "You damn kids, get off my lawn. What are you doing?" Scared scared. I mean, look at the guy. I mean, here, I took it down too quick. He's a big guy. He's not like some little, little flower of a man. He's a big guy, and he's okay with putting hands on this child. It makes me wonder, and this is why they accept that there, is because even the well-known men in their circle do this, right?
They're a neighbor you like.
Sorry, guys. Let me
The
just get
next,
this off of there.
they're a neighbor you trust.
I'm a cheapskate. I'm not trying to pay for that. Hold on one second. Let's see. Oh, I don't want that one. I guess I have to go back to this. Hold on one second. I'm probably huge on the screen. Yeah, I am. Okay. But yeah, if that's why they're okay with Sebastian getting hit, right? And beaten up and mistreated, because they do it to the little girls. If it's acceptable to do it to the little girls, it's acceptable to do it to any of them, right? And so that's the mentality that we're dealing with here, you know? I mean, this guy looks to be at least a 200 pounder, you know? And he's putting hands on a little girl. He's putting hands on a little girl. And that's sad. That is very sad. All right, it's giving me an ad, so just give me 1 second and I'll pull it back up. But this he's a big galoot. Putting hands on a little girl, a little teenager from the high school, which she probably thought it was, funny to get together with her friends. Doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. But it happened. And so instead of being, a man about the situation, the adult in the situation, you put hands on the kid. Unfreaking believable.
A prank took a drastic turn. Jamie Costner.
There we go. There's a big galoot. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the money and the corruption that runs through that town, But this is the mentality that these people have. Not everybody in the town thinks that way. I know that's true. But I also know it's true that this is the mentality that we see. Yeah, you should have made the kids help them clean it up. Exactly, Hey Jude. Exactly. It's like, oh, if you think this is cute, then here you go. Here's some. Maybe he could have got some of those Clorox wipes that they finagled out of Sebastian's search party, right? Maybe he could have furnished them with some energy drinks to clean his property after they pranked him. His son was participating as well, Gina? What? I mean, guys, I would have to be laughing while I was telling these kids, off. I'd be like, you guys are going to clean this up, and then I'd hide myself laughing, because it's a game. It's a game to the kids. They're kids. He could have busted out the fire hose, right? Exactly. Hey, Jude. It could have went completely differently, right? But no. Holly S. Brenda says, wish the adults in their county were more worried about Sebastian missing as they do people hanging flyers and kids doing pranks. Yeah, really. Exactly, Brenda. Well, and I will say, the vandalism isn't a good thing. I wouldn't want to come out in the, come out of my house and see that like some kids TP'd my whole house or something in the night, or I mean, I can see how that would be a nuisance, and then it is vandalism, you know and that's the risk the kids are taking. And but see, them understanding and knowing what they're doing, what they need to do is they need to have an assembly at school, and they need to say, look, kids, we know that you're having fun with these pranks, but you have to be more creative and not vandalizing things. It's okay to have a joke, to have a prank, but here's some different ways that you can do it. Or, you know, help them to understand what the consequences and the ramifications of their actions are going to be. Look, you guys might think it's fun to TP somebody's house, but you're going to have to clean it up, and then you might get arrested for vandalism, right? Something like that, so the kids know. It's crazy, though, to grab somebody like this, especially a little girl. Who does he think he is? What a jerk. See, Taylor says, honestly, I'm surprised the pew pew wasn't pulled. Of course, this is still horrible. Well, and that's another thing that these kids have to recognize. If they do go onto private property, they could be shot. That's a great point, see, Taylor. I mean, it really can be an extreme thing, and they have to realize this. They're kids. They don't know any better unless we teach them better, right? Maybe their parents grew up in the town and they're used to doing these kinds of pranks and stuff like that. I mean, I've heard of senior prank. Now I know exactly what it is. I'm like, what's prank wars, or what's this war thing? Well, it's, the kids. Yeah, the eggs. I know. I know. Yeah, it could have been way worse, sandwich. It could have been way worse. It's crazy. On October 30th, kids here dump corn on driveways, put TP on trees, shaving cream and soap on windows, not a big deal. Well, and I mean, it's a prank, and we all know what they are. Takes it off my lawn to the next level. Oh, yes, it does. Exactly. Exactly. Have a blessed day, Sonia. Thanks for being here. I wonder why that's such a good question. YouTuber is here, says, wonder why he chose the female to attack. Hmm. You know, he could have told him to go out there, clean it up. Now you guys, because there's consequences for everybody's actions, right? It's good or bad. You know, um, yeah, maybe he could have borrowed CP's pressure washer, woman's warrior. A leaf blower might work too, Tina girl. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I don't condone it either, says C. Taylor, but things do escalate quickly there in most circumstances. Right. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Gina. Thank you. I will look at it. If he has a teen son, I guess there will be a pranking him. Well, and maybe that's what it was too. That's I bet you that's what it was. He was being pranked. His son, Jamie's son, that is, was being pranked, and he was involved in it too, right? He was pranking other people, and then he was getting pranked, right? Um. Oh Lord. Oh yes. His wife. Wow. Wow. Melissa Kostler with two L's. Melissa Kostler changed her profile on Facebook. It says, wife, mother, not different than you, helping my family navigate half the story, devastated. Well, you should be devastated. Why did your husband put hands on a child like that, a female child at that? Ridiculous. How about come out and have a good laugh and say, who is going to help clean this up? Be the adult in the situation. Amen, GA64. I couldn't keep a straight face. I mean, yeah, would I be pissed that they did that? Sure. But I mean, but then I also recognize these are kids, right? they're not always going to make the right decision because they're learning still, you know. Sandwich says headlocks, you know, you don't know if the person can breathe or not. Exactly. Yeah, you're literally cutting off someone's air supply that way. It's very triggering to anybody who's been put in that position, especially being grabbed like that by a man. Absolutely. Yeah, something like a heart complication, Jen, or they're just so scared they're not breathing, you know, because they're so scared. It's very frightening that someone could get that angry that quickly. It's concerning. And she needs to think about putting her husband into some sort of a program. And she asks us to please share. She says, "This is my husband, a mountain." Oh, God. Here we go. All right, guys. Buckle up. All right, this is Melissa Kostler. She says, "Please share. This is my husband," all in big letters, "a mountain among men, a faithful friend, dedicated fireman, member of the First Responder Trauma Task Force, Christian brother, really, he didn't act Christian. He's not acting very Christian. Okay? That's not what Christ would do. That's not what we're taught to do, right? Especially to Christ's children, Melissa Kostler. So you like to remember that, in my opinion. He does look like a 200-pounder man. He looked like a mountain among men, I'll say. Trent says it takes a big man to do that to a 16-year-old girl. Sarcasm. I know, right? Thank you, Trent. Appreciate you chiming in on that. And any of our guys in here, please. We're not, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about guys. It's sad. Yeah, macho man. I get to grab girls by the throat. Yeah, you jerk. Mountain of a man, my ass. Christian, my ass. Dedicated to his fellow HFD brothers. I guess that's Hendersonville Fire Department brothers. Amazing father, loving brother, best chuckle in the world. Be there when times are hard, wants nothing but the best for you. Andy Griffith lover, movie quote master, tender hearted, give his life for yours, servant, leader. That's not a leader that does that. I don't want someone as a role model for other young men to grab women by the throat or hit them in the face. Disgusting. Oh, he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. He's used to being praised like this, otherwise, you know, you're going to get it. That's the only reason people lay it on so thick like that. The students were smart enough to film it. Great, Gina. Thank you so much. I so appreciate it. I will definitely share that as soon as I get it, you know. I'm sorry, guys. Today's been this is very interesting. Thank you, Hey Jude. Oh, Holly S says it says he got charged with felony assault. And then Jude says the charges will be reduced or dismissed, I bet. Well, especially when we have, you know, this lady out here, you know, advocating so hard for this man. He has served the citizens of Hendersonville with distinction for 34 years. He's coped through suicides, infant deaths, child drowning, drugs overdose, mental illness crisis, burn victims, horrible car crashes and motorcycle wrecks, homicides, domestic disputes, and sleep deprivation, and he endured it all, in all caps, for us. He prayed for your families. You didn't know that he'd never forgotten them to this day. Well, that's good. Those are all good qualities that he had and that he possesses in himself. But the moment that he did this to that child, he's a complete douchebag to me. He made a horrible judgment call. For you to stick up for it is not love, because you're not holding him accountable for his actions whatsoever. I will not be silent, she says. I am not ashamed. You should be. and I will sing this man's praises from the highest peaks I can find. He deserved peace when he laid his head down at our home. These are kids playing a prank woman. This is Jamie Carl Kostler, retired division chief, Hendersonville Fire Department. Thank you for your service and the man you are. I'm honored to know and love you. Well, good for you, but that little girl isn't honored to be dealing with the crap that your husband put her through. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. There is no justification for it. And why can't he come out and say he's sorry? Why can't you say that you're sorry? Is that too much to ask? Because you did wrong, and so did your husband. You just did wrong by doing what you just did, in my opinion. Ann Reynolds says the bar of soap thing, we put it all over the windows and the cars, and then we would take the Vaseline and put it on the car and car handles. Oh, Lord. I mean, it's a joke, right? It's a joke. I will. I'm checking it right now, guys. Oh boy. Okay, this is on Facebook. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just pull it up. Sorry, guys. Let me pull up this email quick. And Facebook. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, whoa. Hold on. No, just stay here. Alrighty. Let me share this really quick here. I mean, that is a big guy. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It was a little girl. Okay, here we go. All right. You guys might have to pinch and zoom in a little bit. I tried to make it just a little bit bigger. But it says former Hendersonville fire chief charged after allegedly chokehold on a teen during a prank. So here.
Man. Take a video. I'm videoing. Girl, man. Don't holy, let go of her, that girl, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Let go of her, bro. Holy shit. I'm videoing. Oh my god. What the f is wrong with you?
Oh my Lord. Hey, Seth. Oh my God.
Take a video. I'm videoing. Girl, man. Don't holy, let go of her, that girl, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Let go of her, bro. Holy shit. I'm videoing. Oh my god. What the f is wrong with you?
Oh my gosh. I don't know any of these kids, guys, but I just want to say that they handled themselves with self-control and restraint, and there was more kids than there were of him, right? And those kids could have taken that guy down, a mountain of a man or whatever he is. He looks like a piece of shit to me doing that. Bo, good to see you. You know, he looks like a piece of crap doing that. How awful. How awful. But all of those kids, they could have jumped on him. Hey, happy holidays. You know? Yeah, snuggle struggle. Yeah, that's what's okay. It's okay. It's so wrong for the wife to defend him in his actions. Bliss Blessing says so traumatic for all, and the wife is trying to defend him. In my opinion, he probably does more behind closed doors. That's horrific. I mean, it's absolutely awful. And those kids could have like jumped on his back, right? Or, went over and kicked him or something, I mean, they could have done something. But they didn't. They were just like, hey, get off of her, get off of her. All right, we'll watch it again. This is very horrible. This is horrible. I'm glad they had the wherewithal to film it.
Take a video, take a video. I'm videoing. Girl, man. Don't do it. Holy, let go of her, that girl, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Let go of her, bro. Holy shit. I'm videoing. Oh my god. What the f is wrong with you? Take a video, take a video. I'm videoing. Girl, man. Don't do it. Holy, let go of her, that girl, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Let go of her, bro. Holy shit. I'm videoing. Oh my god. What the f is wrong with you?
That is so awful. Thank you so much for sharing that, though. What a mess. Wow. Not his first rodeo, Holly S. My goodness. I mean, I know. And who is calling the police? Like, don't you call the police when there's a bunch of kids out there because you want them all in trouble, right? You want the police to handle it, you know? I noticed the brace on her leg too, Trooper's mom. So he took the wounded one, right? Like, it looks like she probably has, like, an injury, like, because she's wearing one of those boots. Yeah, good call. And I mean, they're kids. Look at them. They're wearing shorts. They're wearing all black, but they're wearing shorts with their white ass legs hanging out the bottom. They're not very good at this. They're not very good at this at all. You know what I'm saying? They're kids. They're pranking. It's supposed to be a joke, right? But he takes it to a whole nother level. A whole nother level. Yeah, I try not to get angry either, Trent. I really try to be, like neutral, but and or I try to keep it in a positive level. But when you see things like this, it's so hard to even understand where this guy was coming from, especially as a parent himself, right? And a leader that he was supposed to have been, right? And in that way you take the high road, right? Because with great power comes great responsibility. And so you recognize that you're in a position where you're the role model here. You're the parent, you're the adult, but not so much here. Not so much here at all. As a matter of fact, he's acting worse than the kids, you know? Yeah, I would have kicked him in the cojones, right? Right there in the balls, with the boot, with my bad leg, because that thing is gonna do more damage than the good leg. Even if I had to kick with the left side, it'd be better. But yeah, and she would have had every right to do that as well. It looks like he was trying to pull her onto his property, in my opinion, because she wasn't on his property when he caught her, see? And God only knows what he would have done if he would have gotten her onto the property, because that's another rule I know in a lot of places, you can defend yourself if somebody comes on your property with force, right? You could actually shoot them. KJ Max says Sumner County gets less and less impressive from the so-called leadership by the day. Amen, KJ Mac. I am completely blown away by this, Gina says, if they didn't have this video, he wouldn't have been charged, in my opinion. I agree with that, Gina. I agree with that. Thank God the kids were smart enough to do that. Yeah, Trooper's mom says that I'm not sure where her parents are, but I definitely visited him for sure. Oh, definitely. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I know I don't like to throw hands either, but a teen girl would cause me to start throwing. Yeah, hey Jude, exactly. Especially could you imagine if that was your little girl? Oh my gosh, I would have lost it. I would have lost it. Happy Holidays says it's gross. Then he was pulling her into his nasty body. I think they should add sexual charges. Oh, I know. I know. There is no excuse. There is no excuse at all. Yeah, no excuse at all. I also want to share this too. So thank you, Trooper's mom, for this as well. Here's some more disturbing situations, goings on, happenings in Sumner County by community members, right? Our kids in the community. So, my goodness. All right, here we go, guys.
Tonight, Sumner County school parents are suing the district. They say their son was sexually assaulted by his football teammates. This is a 42-page lawsuit. They say the school district treated this as if, quote, the assault was not a big deal. The student left the school, and while students are charged for this, the lawsuit says the district let them return to school and finish the season. Now, we just got a statement from Sumner County. I want to read part of this to you. It says, quote, we are aware of but respectfully disagree with the allegations in the complaint. Out of respect for the privacy of the families and students involved, as well as the legal process, we will not provide further comment at this time. We are fully prepared to defend the case and will respond in court. And
okay.
In court, end quote.
Oh. To go back to that statement.
All right, for the past 3 years, Charles Rathbone's Page Patriots have shown they're one of the top teams in Class 5A, and this year, it's no different. Tonight, they're on the road at Centennial High.
Okay, give me 1 second because I do want to pull that back in from. I don't understand how you can disagree with the child's statement like that and give no reason why. Because usually people don't like to come out and say that those things have happened to them because it's embarrassing. Because it's embarrassing. Okay, so let's do this. Sorry, I just want to pull this back in here. All right, so here's a complaint. Sumner County, the plaintiffs, right? A minor child at the school are the plaintiffs, and they're going after and suing Sumner County Board of Education, Sumner County Schools. The complaint reads that the plaintiff's mother, Doe, and father, Doe, on behalf of their minor son, John Doe, bring this cause of action against defendant Sumner County Board of Education, Sumner County Schools, for violation of Title 5 of the Education Amendments, right, violations, and civil rights. Before practice at Hendersonville High School, on otherwise a normal Thursday fall afternoon, John Doe, the child, was tackled to the ground and helplessly pinned down by someone who doubled him in size. Oh, Lord. Says John Doe's teammates proceeded to strip his pants and underwear down. And it's covered by the news. They won't show us the rest. They won't show us the rest. But he was taken by other students and pinned down, where they took his underwear off and pinned him down. Hey, Poppy Love. Hey, Lil Redo. Trigger warning, guys. Hey, Nisi Marie. Hey, Canadian True Crime. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here. Right? Let me see if I can't read just this little other bit that it says. Plaintiffs gave defendant prior notice of their identities via certified mail. Return receipt requested. So this young man was raped. This young man was raped at the school, right? He was tackled to the ground and they did that to him. And this is what the school has to say for themselves.
Fully disagree with the allegation.
We are aware of, but respectfully disagree with the allegations in the complaint. How do you respectfully disagree with somebody was it your pants that were pulled down? Sumner County Schools? I don't think so. Were you tackled to the ground and you couldn't get up by people that doubled you in size? And then they removed your underwear and your pants? Did that happen to you, Sumner County? I don't think so. Because if it did, you'd be on the lawsuit now, wouldn't you? We are aware, but respectfully disagree with the allegations in the complaint. Out of respect for the privacy of the families and students involved, as well as the legal process, we will not provide further comment at this time. We are fully prepared to defend the case and will respond in court. You need to be fully prepared to make sure that the rest of the children who you house at your school, at your institution, are safe. Disgusting. Disgusting. Shameful, but you're not shameful, right? You're okay with it. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here. It's all good. We're denying it. Deny, deny, deny. Act like it never happened. Act like it never happened. And is this normal to anybody else? Because that's why I put the background up today. Is this normal to any of you? Well, apparently it's just fine and dandy normal in Sumner County to act this way. Does anyone know what happened just prior to this portion of the video? So Blessed, what happened is the kids were performing a prank. Either they were doing it because he's well known in the community, right? Like, okay, let's go get old man Kostler's house, right? Put the flaming bag of poop in front of the door, like on Billy Madison. Yeah, no. Instead, they did like flour, and they were going to put flour in the driveway, right? Well, he catches them in the act, and all hell breaks loose, right? And they start filming it. It sounds like they were running away because when the girl that was filming it or the kiddo that was filming it, you can hear her breathing really heavily, like, like she was out there, running or something like that, or she was extremely scared because of what was happening to her friend before her eyes. But it sounds like they were caught. They had just gotten caught performing the prank. Where did these groups of boys get the idea that this is okay? Where did they learn this? And why did they feel emboldened to do it at school? Great question, KJ Mack. And I'm sorry, guys, but that really gets to me. Hearing something like that is awful. Ever been pinned down by someone who's twice your size? It's terrifying, first of all, because you can't get up. You can't get loose. No matter how hard you try, you can't get up. And then imagine someone taking your pants off and doing that. And you can't stop it. There's nothing that you can do about it. Wow. Trooper's mom says it was by the kids laughing and watching. The coach is defending the football players involved. Could you imagine how mortifying that would be? It's sickening, Cinderella. Defend yourself from the flower. Right, Brenda? What a joke. This was in 2022. Yes, C. Taylor. Give me 1 second. Let me pop it back up here. So this all occurred. This was published on May 17th, 2023. And it did happen in September 29th, 2022. So here's the article. It says, the family of Hendersonville High School student has filed a lawsuit against the Sumner County Board of Education, claiming their son was sexually assaulted before football practice, according to court documents. The family filed the lawsuit in federal court on Tuesday, claiming that the student was tackled to the ground before football practice on September 29th, 2022, and pinned down by a teammate twice his size. His teammate pulled his pants and underwear down, and a second teammate smeared chocolate pudding on his behind. The lawsuit states that the student's teammates and peers crowded around him and cheered during the assault. They also continued to harass him after the assault. According to the lawsuit, at least 2 teammates filmed the assault, which occurred in the field house, where he should have been able to feel safe. It sounds like prison, not a high school. That's not how my high school was. That is not my high school experience. What the fuck, Sumner County? And you are wondering why these kids are running wild? Hello? They disagree with the charges. What's to disagree about? Amen, Elisa P. Exactly. Seems like Sebastian going missing is normal to Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Disgusting POS County. I am completely blown away by this. KJ Max says, knowing these things occur there in the county makes Craddy's snuggle struggle statement more tone deaf to the point of insult to injury. I agree, KJ Mack. Could you imagine? Can you imagine? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nisi Marie says, yes, YouTuber. Nancy Grace asked what time she arrived at home. KK said around 9 p.m. Sunday, red flag. So rounded up, left Texas Roadhouse about 6:23 p.m. getting into their car, KK and Sebastian, suspicious, red flag. Tone deaf, I know what you meant. I know what you meant, KJ Mac, thank you. Lisa King, hell no, it's not normal and should not be overlooked. It's sick, Tracy. It's sick. It's sad. Women's Warrior says, OMG, how damaging to the victim. That is absolutely unacceptable. Something needs to be done here with this place. It appears to be allegedly governed by people who all piss in the same pot. It's alarming. I agree. Yeah, the kids were vandalizing the firefighter's driveway, not his house, the driveway. They were putting flour in his driveway. And again, I'm sorry guys, I didn't finish the thought earlier. So allegedly, it seems to me from what I can gather here is that there was a senior prank war going on, junior senior classes, a prank war at the high school. And so this firefighter also has a son who goes to the high school and who's participating in the prank wars. So I'm sure they were pranking the student, not the parent. But then again, he's a public figure in the town, so maybe they were pranking him. Maybe he's a dick and they don't like him. He seems like a dick to me. But I figured I'd read his wife's statements, and she wanted it out there so bad, so her side could be heard. J64 says, but he actively approached them 80 yards from his house. Yeah. Yeah, so he pursued them. How ridiculous. Call LE, don't take matters in your own hands. I agree. I agree. And I'm sorry, guys. This is just so hard to read. Thank you, Trooper's mom. Thank you. And thanks for hitting the like button, you guys. Thank you so much for all of you guys that do that. Everyone who's here, everyone in the bushes, everything. I don't know if the students have been charged, Bless. That's a really good question, because really it's just the parents are suing the school in this particular instance. Right? And this happened at the field house where, the kids get ready and stuff for the game. And I'm sure there's workout, areas and stuff. I mean, we had one of the best football teams at my high school. We had state of the art everything at my high school. So, I don't know. We will. We're going to go over it. We will. Thank you, Trooper's mom. I'll look too. This is so awful, guys. Oh my gosh. So, just reading on in the article, the family and the family's attorneys, Haley Baker, declined to comment about the lawsuit. WSMV4 has reached out to Sumner County Schools for a comment. And this is the comment. No child should have to endure the everlasting horror that results from sexual assault. But, all right. And this is where every single thing that they just said is thrown out, right? Because they should have just left it at that, in my opinion. No child should ever have to endure the everlasting horror that results from a sexual assault. But that this assault took place in the context of a federally funded school is an unconstitutional disgrace, the lawsuit says. Really? So you don't think that bad things can happen anywhere? Because that's a lie. That's a bold-faced, flat-out, disgusting-ass lie. It's sick. It's sick. It ruins people's lives, and then they wonder why kids are strung out. It's not from a football injury. It's because of the trauma they endured from their teammates. How disgusting. Hey, Poppy Love, and I agree with you. Tennessee is a beautiful state and overall good people. I agree with that. I do. I know some of the best people from Tennessee, and they don't find this to be acceptable, even in the slightest. They don't make excuses for it. They want it to stop. They want it to stop. Sumner County Schools Attorney Todd Presnell said that the school system will not provide a comment and is prepared to defend the case and respond in court. What, you're going to use the with what monies are you going to defend this? What, the union money from the school? What, you're going to take away from the kids' programs in order to fight this lawsuit when you know damn well it happened on your property, at your school, in the field house? This child was pinned down, couldn't get up. And I don't even want to get into how disgusting it is that they smeared chocolate pudding on his backside. Disgusting. It's like a prison. That's a prison mentality. Gross. And this is why I usually don't kind of read these things on the air, because I go absolutely bonkers the first time as a reaction. It's disgusting. But it needs to be out there. Now here's a further quote from them. They say, we are aware of, but fully disagree with the allegations in the complaint. Out of respect for the privacy of the families and students involved, as well as the legal process. You know what? I don't care. What about the children that were involved in this, who are said to have done that to him? They need to be charged. But we don't bring people in for questioning in Sumner County, do we? No, it's just who you know and who you blow. Good old boys. They're tight. Oh, you're not going to get in trouble if we know your dad, if we know your mom, if so-and-so is sleeping with this one. Disgusting. We are fully prepared to defend the case and will not respond, and will respond in court, Presnell said in a statement. According to the lawsuit, the school system did not respond to the student's complaint in accordance with Title, I'm horrible with Roman numerals, but either way, IX, and the defendants did not take the complaint seriously. You hear that? Well, that is corroborated in their statement, right? Because they're aware of what happened to this child, but they disagree. You're being anything but respectful when you disagree with a victim who had a horrific situation happen to him. As a result of the defendant's deliberate indifference and failure to provide the plaintiffs with Title IX complaint due process, John Doe was forced with no other option but to homeschool initially and ultimately switch schools and football teams, the lawsuit has claimed. The lawsuit said that the two football players who participated in the assault, who are both facing criminal prosecution, okay, there you go, were allowed almost immediately to return to school and finish the season as if nothing happened. All other players involved received no discipline. So there's two that are facing criminal prosecution, but everyone else got to go, and as well as them, got to go back as if nothing happened, right? No discipline, no nothing. That's disgusting. The lawsuit claims John Doe, the victim, an African American, was regularly called a monkey and a cotton picker by his white teammates, and that even though a Hendersonville coach knew players were using racial slurs, he did not report it, discipline, or stop the racist behavior. The lawsuit also claims it was commonplace for players to unexpectedly pull other teammates' pants down in underwear and whip each other's bare butts in the locker room, often occurring on somebody's birthday. Well, what a nice fucking idea. Oh, I don't know what makes me feel more special, being called a monkey, a cotton picker, or getting my pants pulled down on my birthday, along with my underwear fully exposed What a great birthday. That's something to remember. Sick. And who's teaching these children this? Because racism is not instilled in us when we are born. You're not born a racist or a bigot. You're taught to be that way. You're born innocent. I'm sorry, this is a lot. Trooper's mom says that these students will be on SA registration eventually because they got away with this. Facts. I agree. And what other horrors is somebody else going to have to endure? Tina Girl says, wow, racism too. Imagine that. That's supposed to be their teammate. And they're treating their teammates like that. That's how they show that's endearing to them, to call somebody racial slurs and then slap them on the behind naked butt. Excuse me. The lawsuit also claims the defendants responded with deliberate indifference upon actual notice. Of course they did. They don't think they did anything wrong. They're demented. The mom of John Doe spoke with head coach James Beasley on the day of the assault. So John Doe's mother, this child's mother, spoke with Coach James Beasley when this happened, and Beasley did not notify the family of their rights under Title IX. Any information about Hendersonville's sexual harassment grievance procedure or any information regarding Title IX supportive measures. Of course they weren't. They think it's okay. The next day, the father of the student met with Coach Beasley, who had not notified the student's Title IX coordinator or any other senior administrators, including the school's principal, of what had happened according to the lawsuit. So you weren't made aware. You weren't made aware. Yeah, and it's not on national news. Where are the reporters? Who's trying to get the big scoop? Because last time I checked, that's what you do, right? You expose. There's exposés. Some of the greatest reporters are well known because of their ability to do an expose. But they don't care. According to the lawsuit, John Doe, this young student, this young football player, has suffered both physical and emotional injuries, I bet, including severe humiliation, embarrassment, loss of enjoyment of life, loss of educational opportunity. The family seeks damages for past and future medical expenses, past and future economic damages, past and future pain and suffering, past and future emotional injuries, including severe humiliation and embarrassment, past and future loss of enjoyment of life, and past and future loss of educational opportunity, and all other damages available for violations of Title IX, including punitive damages to deter future non-compliance. And this is the 40-page complaint. Right? This is a 40-page complaint that was submitted. Right, and it's all hush hush, Trooper and Iris's mom. It's Hendersonville after all. It's awful. It is awful. It is so sad because the moment that someone brings this to administrators' attention, it should have been handled the way that you would expect someone to handle it if it was your child. Absolutely disgusting. Now, before football practice at Hendersonville High School On an otherwise normal Thursday fall afternoon, John Doe was tackled to the ground and helplessly pinned down by a teammate double his size. John Doe's teammates proceeded to strip his pants and underwear down. And touch and smear chocolate pudding up inside his inside of him, right? John Doe's peers crowded around him and cheered during the assault. Really, not one single person ran to get help. Not one single person decided to help this young man. No one spoke up. No one spoke up. No one said, "Hey, this is wrong, guys. What are you doing? What are you thinking? We don't do this." Not one of them. Not one of them. As a matter of fact, it says that they crowded around and was cheering for it. John Doe was horrified and utterly humiliated. To add insult to injury, John Doe's teammates and peers at Hendersonville High School continued to harass him after the assault. No child should have to endure the everlasting horror that results from sexual assault, but this assault took place in the context of a federally funded school is an unconstitutional disgrace. The assault could have been avoided in the first place if Sumner County Schools had complied with Title IX obligations to outlaw prior incidents of sexual harassment in its school programs to maintain an environment free and clear of sexual harassment and bullying, right? Why should there even have to be a stipulation on that? Because it happens, right? Thank you, Nisi Marie, for giving me hype points. I appreciate you. Thanks, guys, for doing that. When you guys do it, it really helps out a lot. Thank you. But yeah, that's the reason why they have this Title IX in place, right? Instead, Hendersonville High School was focused on winning and allowed its players to do whatever they wanted without consequence, including regularly stripping players' pants down and spanking each other on their bare butts. This lawsuit may have been avoided if Sumner County Schools had responded to the plaintiff's complaint in a way it is required to under Title IX. Instead, the Sumner County Schools deviated from its non-complaint Title IX procedure and treated plaintiffs crassly and callously, as if the assault was no big deal. As a result of the defendant's deliberate indifference and failure to provide plaintiffs with Title IX complaint due process, John Doe was forced with no other option but to homeschool initially and ultimately switch schools and football teams. Notably, two of the perpetrators were both facing criminal prosecution, were allowed to almost immediately return to school and finish out their season as if nothing happened. All the players involved received no discipline. And I'm here to tell you, I would have gotten a restraining order against that child. First and foremost, 100%. That child never should have had to feel uncomfortable ever going to school. He should have been treated with the respect that he deserved to have to begin with. You know, civil rights violations. Yes, blessed. And I think I misread it earlier. I was just so upset. My Lord, it kills me. It really does. KJ Max says the school didn't take its duty seriously. The culture of dysfunction and aggression has been allowed. Exactly. And applauded, right? Oh, come on back to school. It's okay. Poppy Love says every one of those kids watching and cheering should have also had some charges. The ones who actually led the essay, this who actually essayed the student should face serious charges. All the cheering are equally disgusting. I agree with that, Poppy Love. And there needs to be ramifications for that, for people to say, okay, next time I'm going to do the right thing, because when I didn't do the right thing, I got in trouble. Right? It's just like a natural order of things, because that's just as disgusting to participate or not, or to not stop it, you know? Hey, Donna. Donna says this entire situation is disgusting. The ones involved were the kids of the elite community members. Exactly. Exactly. And they just want to win, right? And so, we can't take, little Georgie out of the game because he's our star quarterback, or we can't take our, we can't lose our tight end. We can't, whatever. What a crock of crap. And the teacher didn't get charged with anything. Unbelievable. I agree, Elisa P. People need to be marching in the streets over this. I agree, 100%. The victims are the ones that are let down in so many ways. And then they didn't just stop at doing this humiliating act, horrific act. They continued to harass this young man to the point where he couldn't even be at school anymore. You know? They all need to be suspended from playing. They should be disqualified through the league. Where was the league? What about the league? You know? Yeah, Gina, Taylor Swift did go there. Yes, she did. She did go to Hendersonville High School. Yeah, you would think that she would speak up against this. Because if that was my high school, you best believe, and I had a platform like she does, you best believe I'd be fighting. But she's a singer, singer songwriter. She's not, she doesn't stand up for things like this. Unfortunately, that's not her thing, right? KJ Maxx says the appropriate response was that all of the teams involved would have it to sit out. That's the natural and rightful consequence, that the team has no team left to play. I agree, KJ Mack. They should have had to be humiliated. They should have been the ones that should have been paraded around and shamed, not this young man. It's like America's going backwards. I agree, Donna. Taylor Swift was bullied? I didn't know that, Gina. That's interesting. I don't even see how she could be bullied. She's so cute. She was really cute when she was little. I mean, she's very pretty now, but I mean, even when she was little, she was a cutie. Very talented young lady, too. Women's Warrior says, Lady, if social media made an appeal to Sumner County community or Tennessee as a state, asking anyone who knows of horrific cases that have been overlooked to confidentially come forward, I wonder what we would find. Yeah, I bet you we would find a lot. I bet you there would be tons, right? She did stick up for people who were being harassed and bullied. That's good, Donna. That's good. Welcome back, Town Chat. Trooper says, listen, most football players come from the most influential residents of Hendersonville. Not just anyone makes the team. I went to this high school too. Right. I understand. I understand that. Thank you for putting that into perspective. I really appreciate that, Trooper's mom. That's important for us to understand, right? Yeah. Gina says a lot of money in the area of Hendersonville High School, Old Hickory Lake, Homes, big money. Always money. That's why, I'm always playing the money song for Sebastian. It runs really deep, and especially with them not wanting to allow flyers at Pigfest, it really made me dig in deep into what's really going on, and it's shocking. It is absolutely shocking. Because people say, well, Chris and Katie aren't the richest people. It's not about them. It's the connections that they have through the Bower Sox, right? It's those connections. How terrible. Well, I'm going to have to read over this document because it is a lot of pages. It's a lot. Hendersonville School allowed and enabled racial and sexual harassment to this child. Disgusting. James Beasley, you should be ashamed of yourself, football coach. You're a coach and you don't stop the kids from doing that kind of stuff? Disgusting. Unacceptable. Not okay. Ever. And in no circumstance, universe is that ever okay. Never, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever. Poppy Love says the football players and coaches are getting, as always, preferential treatment due to not wanting to lose them playing in the games. Right. I agree. That happened in my high school, Poppy Love. It did. Caring more about football games than sexual abuse to a student. Well, and that, that's a thing. We complained about that a little bit. We'd be like, gosh, the football players, it doesn't matter if they swear in the hallways, but if you were to say like, shit or damn, you'd be in big trouble. But you could hear the football players just, roaring through the hallways like a damn freight train came through, and they're, doing whatever they want, Yeah, it really needs to go viral. It does. Well, and that's the thing, when we talk about things like racism, we think, oh, it's not that way anymore. Everybody gets along. And unfortunately, it isn't, it's still very prevalent, unfortunately. Bo says CP went there too, didn't he? If so, no wonder he's a POS. Well, I think he went to, I don't really know where he went, to be honest. But he might have went there, Bo. Trooper and Iris's mom says, sorry, but send email about the ROTC teacher in Hendersonville High got away with it too. Wow. So it was happening in the ROTC as well? Yeah, see, ours could barely read and they passed regardless. Right. Yeah, because you're supposed to keep up good grades in order to participate. I agree with that, Holly. Yes, I think that Sumner County sees, or Hendersonville sees certain people as less than. It's just terrible. It's terrible. Nisa Marie says their income doesn't support what they owe. In my opinion, Navy income, not Brinks income, not crane operator, not question mark. Who you have to be a millionaire to own what they have. Suspicious income, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I think that Chris and Katie have a decent income combined. And I don't know what kind of benefits they get through the Navy, but I'm sure it's decent. Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty decent. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats, good to see you. Hey, Chew, good to see you. All right, guys, so let's go back onto this interview. And thank you guys so much for sharing that information with me because I did not hear about that information before. Before you guys brought it to my attention. That is, because I mean, there's a lot that has been going on. I mean, I knew about like the fake DUIs people were getting and things like that, but I can't believe this. And obviously, there was a big to do.
Cousin reached out to me. She knows me personally.
So, yeah, there's that. There's that. Okay, I don't know why that makes my screen smaller. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. All right. It just puts the town into perspective. It really does, And Uncle DB is an absolute millionaire. Yeah, he is. Yeah, no doubt. I think they do live way above their means too, Holly. Yes, I think they're just struggling to keep up. Now, crane operators make a decent dough. You know, they do. I don't know how good of a crane operator Chris is when he's talking on the phone and, also in the crane, but, a lot of students become teachers and it's their born mentality, born and return mentality. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Gina. That makes sense. It's just horrible to have that way of thinking, It's horrible to have that way of thinking. It makes absolutely no sense.
And I was like, well, I know a bunch of people that I can call on that will be able to help get this. And that's really important for me to just try to extend my reach. I know a lot of search and rescue people, and I make missing flyers myself, and it's good to have connections because if I have a case, just like his mother's cousin reached out to me, she knows me personally. And I was like, well, I know a bunch of people that I can call on that will be able to help get this case out. So it looks like that we have them coming up on panel. So if you guys will please welcome Sebastian's parents to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you joining us.
You're welcome.
We had a really good conversation today, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me about Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with, tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had had a great weekend. So do you want to walk us through what that looks like again for everybody?
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. The young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked, and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m., and then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight. And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, "Hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed." Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? She goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And guys, I just want to pop in really quick and just say, look, hey, 911 is who anybody in their right mind would call, not the sheriff's department. He's pushed that narrative from day one, because everyone was wondering about it, right? Everyone's like, well, why didn't you call the police, right? Why didn't you call 911? If there's an emergency and there's a missing child, you don't just call the sheriff's department non-emergency number, you call 911, right? But he's always tried to normalize that, in my opinion. Poppy Love says she makes the weekend sound like it wasn't their usual weekend. What was their usual weekend? Good point. Right. Yeah, Gina says no one asked if the call logs were verified. Paranoid much? Yeah, exactly. Over explaining. And we see that all the time. Lolly Beautifully Broken says mom said she went to sleep on the couch at 10, hour change to midnight. Exactly. And he's got to make it crystal clear, right? Got to make it crystal clear. They wouldn't dance around that emergency. And Kiki says 100% Lolly. Yeah. It's amazing. And the police were called before Seth, right? And I would be thinking to call Seth and say, have you seen Sebastian or heard from him? Did he tell you that he was coming to see you? Lisa King says Crispy telling the story, but he wasn't there. Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's another really big one, right? And we can hear Katie in the background. She's pretending to cry, in my opinion.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be.
Right.
And seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
When our clients come and they're catastrophically injured, when they're overwhelmed financially.
Yes. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. I mean, it's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting.
Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in there really quick. This is where Chris says, you know, the infamous statement, this is a case that will be studied, right? And that law enforcement told him that this is day 7. So he said that law enforcement was saying, oh, this is a case that's going to be studied. Law enforcement should never be talking to the parents and giving them all of the information that they're gathering, especially when that child went missing from that parent's home. That to me is a huge red flag, and I can't even believe that they did that, you know. Trooper and Iris's mom says that's the narrative they pushed. Then we find out from Seth, Sebastian was very high functioning autistic young man. He's a genius at chess. I agree with that, Trooper's mom, and that's the thing too. And I also have a clip to share with you guys after this live, because they say it a couple of times that Sebastian, you know, is very young in mind. Chris says it, and then Katie says it. But on day 5, his teacher, Patricia Szymanski, said that Sebastian, if you saw him walking down the street, you would think he had no deficits at all. Now, why would his family members be telling something different? Oh, Bo, I'm so glad you've been a member for a month. Thank you so much. Aw, that's great. Yeah, CP needs to be studied by Dr. Gary Mercado. I believe that too, little Miss Sharon. Absolutely. You know? Yeah, well, see, he wasn't allowed to use it, Lisa. Because why didn't he have his phone on a Sunday when he's out and about with his mom? If they're going around to places, how come he can't have his phone? They absolutely, you know, made it to where he couldn't have it. You know? Mistake after mistake, Sandy. I agree. Yes. He's patting himself on the back. Exactly, Nisi Marie. Yeah. Oh, and he tells everybody, you know, hey, the police said that, oh, you know, that the phones were so clean. That's not a compliment, in my opinion, unless it's Sumner County telling you that. Maybe he was patting him. He was getting patted on the back by Snuggle Struggle. You know.
You right now, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good,
Right.
but he doesn't
I understand.
time and money.
And single mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, single mom, that, you know, he sees his real father every other weekend, and the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware, and he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all 3 of us as parents is Not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if you heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
Did he have any special interest, like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route?
Okay, guys. So, basically, again, this is Chris and Katie with the help of Dutch here. She's helping to paint a narrative that is false, right? Oh, this isn't the typical situation, and you guys have it wrong. And no, he didn't want to go to his dad's house. Well, no, I think that was a very good observation by one of the viewers. Single mom, I guess is her name, that he could have wanted to go to his dad's house, right? But instead, it's, oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. If he wants to go to his dad's, he can go anytime. Bull crap. So.
That he loved. My son elopes.
There's no really animosity in between the parents.
Did he have any special interest, like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
Playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I'll give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
When coughs linger, use Lysol Air Sanitizer.
Let's count the smiles.
I see one. Amazon Freight scales with you. Simple booking and
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area, and I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere, and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant, and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house, so maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come down here.
How does anybody think that is not fake? I mean, I'm sorry, that is so fake, right? Nobody in the chat picked up on it, but then again, if you did pick up on anything or even ask how long Chris and Katie were together, you got booted out of her chat that night. So, unbelievable. What a fake.
He's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
thank you for being a member for 6 months.
So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, it's dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, there's this. He's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
RQ, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Okay, guys. So, again, we're told that Sebastian walked off with no shoes on, right, into the night, but he doesn't like to get dirty. He doesn't like to go swim in the ponds or anything like that, or in lakes. He likes to go fishing, but he knows that's different to swim. He likes to swim in the pool, right? He even had water shoes on in the picture where he's in the pool. He's wearing something over his feet, right? He likes to go in pools. So why are they telling people to search the waterways for him? Sebastian isn't the type of child on the spectrum that doesn't understand the difference. He knows the difference and he doesn't like it. So he avoids it at all costs. Yes, happy holidays. They use the past tense with Sebastian many, many times in this interview, but Katie catches herself a couple of times and will say that he loves this, he loves that. But they've used him many, many times, especially Chris, in the past tense, right? Loved. He doesn't like to get dirty, right? But why would he leave without any shoes if he doesn't like getting dirty? So right there, they screwed themselves over, right? Because they knew who and how Sebastian is, and they know that his father Seth is going to point these things out, right? They have to know that when they're saying them. But for it to fit with Sebastian going missing, it doesn't fit the narrative at all. That he would just leave without his shoes, that he would go barefoot. And again, like I said, I want somebody to do the challenge that wants to say that I'm wrong on that. You go to the Victoria Place and walk in any direction at all. Pick a direction. Even if you stick to the sidewalks, your feet are going to be hurting. You're not going to make it very far. So how are we supposed to believe that Sebastian is superhuman, that he can make it that far? Oh, but then they want us also to believe at this point that he's very young in mind and he likes to play with shiny pennies and paper clips. Bull crap. He was way more intelligent and sophisticated than that. Yeah, Sandy says after a deep breath and shit, then it becomes now. Yeah, exactly. People literally thought he walked to Culver's. I mean, I would challenge anybody to walk from the Proudfoot residence. I mean, you don't have to get right to their house or anything, but walk near their house, right? Start over there and walk to Culver's with no shoes on, barefoot. The Sebastian Rogers challenge. Tell me how far you got. Hey, Faye. Sandy says, yes, Faye, you're right. Never. All right, but that's true. Well, they've oh, she says Katie is crying only when she talks. Yeah. And she's doing the accent, and she's oh, 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 that kind of thing. I mean, that's not real. All the water made me really nervous too at first. Holly S. I really did. I was like, oh, he's probably in the water. But then when they came out and said this, that Sebastian doesn't like to get dirty, so he wouldn't just go into the water. He doesn't like lakes or streams or rivers or creeks or any of that. Right? And it's cold as hell. And the concrete and the ground is cold. Thank you, Trooper's mom. Exactly. Exactly. No coat. No coat. He just wouldn't have made it that far, right? His feet would have been hurting. He would have had to stop somewhere. Somebody would have found him, out there somewhere, but found him.
Oh, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is, that they were consulted, and the card team, I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies, as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying to work with them from a distance. They're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teams sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to see if he has been chatting.
Evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices.
Your roommate just took up percussion. You need a job that gets you out of here.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
Ever wonder how to add a little edge to your wardrobe? Say yes to bold choices. Beautiful.
There was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator. And that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They've brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched,
Dived them.
They've dived them all for sure. They've walked I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers. It's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. Nobody. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those
Right.
are enclosed and secured. But the runoff, water runoffs, were all searched by a dive team.
You guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my
Okay.
wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were
Okay,
at
good.
BJ's on Sunday.
Okay, and what
And
is
when it
that?
comes
Is that a
to
restaurant or?
no, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay. So Costco
So
Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation. Anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
Okay, so he doesn't allow Sebastian or Faith. He says any of the kids, which I guess he's referring to Faith, that he doesn't allow for that, right? To communicate through gaming or online. Little does he know that he cannot police control everyone and their actions, in my opinion. So the TBI also covered up Sebastian's bruises with a "Have you seen me" slogan, right? So here's the "Have you seen me" slogan. Oh, and I'm so sorry, TBI. This is the Sumner County's doing right here, right? Sorry, this is the TBI logo. My bad, guys. I misrepresented that. I apologize to the TBI. Uh, all right. I guess a new thumbnail is in order on this one. But the Sumner County Sheriff's Office took and put the "Have you seen me" over Sebastian's bruising on his neck here, right? Okay, so that was their handiwork. Very interesting. Because I blamed it on the TBI because of this other crap that they've pulled at the Texas Roadhouse, putting out the Texas Roadhouse background. Hold on one second. Let me take that off and make myself small. Right? Because that's their stamp of approval here. Right? And then we have what really happened. This was a different visit altogether. Big smiles. And then this is what really happened at the Texas Roadhouse the night that Sebastian went missing. And that's the last time we have seen Sebastian, is getting into the car with his mother, Katie, at the Texas Roadhouse. So, but when it comes to this nonsense, this is the dirty dealings of Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Oh, we can't let anybody see this, right? Right? So we'll just put a big black "Have you seen me," right? We're covering up from the TBI sending out this flyer because people were noticing this, right? Just like people noticed this. Someone grabbed Sebastian with their dirty little paws, and then they tried to cover it up. Just like the Sumner County Sheriff's Office covered up Sebastian's bruises. What a piss poor example of law enforcement, and let's just be honest, a friggin' human being. Horrible. And I don't believe it either. I don't believe that was a recent picture at Costco either, Holly S. No way in hell. No way.
Validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is not
I
something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right.
put out to the public.
And we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He
right?
has a crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called?
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in. So Sandy, the reason why it looked like that was because the one was generated by the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So the one that was put out originally didn't have anything over Sebastian's bruises on his neck. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office added that in, but the TBI put the original photo out, right? So that's how they do it there. They like to cover shit up. They literally love to cover shit up there.
And was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
All devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
Right.
And restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah, safety is not restricted in this house. New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital.
Toya, what's your vision for this campaign?
That's a wrap.
After an accident, it can be devastating and you don't know where to turn. But at Viles and
That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. You know, And it's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's
people that are,
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. Please respect this.
Well, and if you act like that and you act foul, Chris, then you're gonna get foul back, right? It's what you put out into the universe that comes back to you. So just remember that you're foul as hell yourself. Nobody feels sorry for you.
Yourself. Please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So, I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know.
Hey guys, I do want to pop in here really quick too. How many times have we heard that Katie and Seth would meet up? Because to my knowledge, it's always Seth driving from Clarksville to Hendersonville to get Sebastian. I've never heard that she met him halfway, because Katie doesn't meet people halfway. She's a selfish little bitch, in my opinion. So no, Seth went and picked his own son up and drove the whole way from Clarksville to go pick Sebastian up every other weekend. Because I've never heard her say that she met him halfway. But Duchess will just go ahead and polish them turds.
This. What is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his yourself. Please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So, I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care. Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well. And we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills?
Yeah, Trooper's mom, I just wanted to pop in really quick. The thing is about that, is I get, like, in the beginning, whenever she's interviewing Chris and Katie, so she kind of has to play nice with them and kind of like agree, but she does go full on, and Trooper's mom says, I totally emailed Duchess after this interview and told her she got played to watch and wait, and she did respond that she only did this for Sebastian and a friend of the family. And I agree with that. I mean, I'm sure she probably had no idea. Obviously, how would she know? My tinfoil hat isn't that, that antenna is not that big. But I mean, I don't think that she had any malice in this. I think she was trying to help. And if you're just interviewing people, in order to spread awareness, about a missing child, in this case, it's Sebastian. I can understand why she would try to be, kind and neutral, right? You have to be. I mean, there's no way if they would have got up there and she would have been like, oh, well, that's a lie. I know you're lying here. They would shut down, and they already do shut down. And, she's got the dead air and it's an awkward interview. So she has to keep talking herself. So, I can see it from her perspective, but she definitely got played by them. Um, in my opinion, it was very rude. Like, she was trying to get all of the help she could, right? She's got Trevor up on panel. She's got people at the Aware Foundation. Also, I think it was like Wings of Hope or Angels of Hope or something, another organization she was contacting to go out and help search. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to listen to, in my opinion. It really is. And and she's going to bat for them harder than if it was just a situation of her doing it for Sebastian. I think she's actually kind of upset because she's kind of befriended them at this point. She's talked to them and it seems like she believes what they're saying. And yeah, they're not cleared to this day, but that's what they wanted everybody to believe, that they were cleared, and they weren't. And they absolutely weren't. And Trent says, yeah, we have been cleared, says the man who claims his wife lost her child out of the from under her own nose, in my opinion, allegedly. Right, exactly. Their whole demeanor is weird. Yeah, and I mean, we can't do any FOIAs until the case is closed, unfortunately. So that's what's upsetting. All right, guys, I'm just going to play this next clip.
On walking around on heels or without a trail, because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good?
When we hit that first 1 million in sales in our first year of business, it was surreal. This is definitely going to be a thing.
What makes Keebler Fudge Stripes cookies so delicious? Oh, it's our treasured Keebler Fudge.
Okay,
Can you
guys.
hear me?
And this is dead air because Chris and Katie are either muted or they're just pretending like they don't care about the question about a special needs kid and this lady who advocates for
Did
children.
I lose you guys? Can you hear me?
They do this in Smiley Story's interview as well, which led me to believe that they were BSing and playing people. Hey, Leslie, keeping it real.
Chris, are you there? Can you hear me?
And I didn't take any of this out, guys. I just let it
Trev,
play
are
through.
you there? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. We'll give him a few minutes to come back. They may have had to mute out. Thank you, FarQ. I appreciate it. Chris, we're not able to hear you. They may have gotten cut out with their Wi-Fi service. So if you need to come back, please let us know. to go over here to the chat while we wait for Chris. They may have had a phone call or something to come in, so we'll give them a few minutes. No rush.
Well, they could have excused themselves.
Discovering the Truth said when my son was nonverbal, he had a speech device that was supposedly blocked from the company, so he couldn't go to any websites, and somehow he bypassed it. They're smarter than you think. Wow, Discovering the Truth. That is incredible. And he is a high-functioning autistic young man, so they have the, and look, Chris dropped. He must have lost his signal, guys, but he'll probably come back. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay. That's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. Was his says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone, so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
Without publicizing our address, best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search.
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email, or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family. I'll be more than happy to do that, and we appreciate that so very much. Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel?
I mean, Jen's not up on panel, guys, so I don't know who she was, like, why she was asking a question back and then waiting for a response, because if you guys, if I ask you a question, I wait for your response, but I don't just leave it dead air. Like, that was so awkward and weird. Like, just very strange. And Elisa, I had no idea that they were cousins. Like, I thought that they were friendly, right? But I didn't know they had relations that way. I didn't know they were kin to people. Yeah, exactly. Well, she is a horrible person. She told me my opinion was trash. And I said, too bad. I can say my opinion wherever I want, you know, because she didn't like me reviewing Chris and Katie because of all of the crap. Um, it's just weird. It's very weird. I don't watch her channel anymore. Sorry, she hits my inner radar signal. Something hits me about her. Sorry, my opinion. Yeah. No, I never heard of her before. I actually, in the beginning, you guys, I thought that the first interview was with Holly Thompson. I didn't even know they did an interview with Duchess. And then I realized that they did an interview with Duchess, and I went back and listened to it, and Katie's fake crying, and Chris isn't letting her talk, and he's making things crystal clear, but nothing's crystal clear. You know. I know. I know. Exactly. Yeah. And we watched that unfold, that whole situation unfold, you know. And now it's not about true crime or the missing kids, it's just about crama, right? Because that brings you more views and things like that. You'll have 1,000 people in your chat if you're willing to talk shit on somebody else, right? Well, she just thinks she's better than other people. I agree with that. I agree with that. I know. I was like, but yeah, they are definitely, according to Elisa P here, married, relations of relation. They're related to each other. Okay, guys, so I am going to keep playing this, and this is where Julio comes in and this is the only person that's ever said that Chris was a good guy.
You've been working
Julio.
from home, but your
Oh,
roommate
sorry,
just
I
took up
guess my abs
percussion
are
as a
working.
hobby.
Jeez Louise.
I need Indeed.
Sorry, guys.
Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure.
All right. So I just want to point that out. Jenna's a really good person. I think of her as a friend. She's a great person. She didn't attack anyone. She was asking who's searching for Sebastian, right? What's going on? It's day 7. And she was just asking, and she was asking about the family dynamic, how long has the stepfather been involved in the child's life, because we know statistically speaking, right? But Jen also does her astrology, and she was mapping Sebastian out, and so she's asking questions that pertain to the case, and then she gets booted from chat, and I took that part out because Duchess acted all dramatic and performative, and my opinion, just, oh my gosh, and I never get distracted, but this person's being a distraction. No, she's not. She's asking simple questions about the case, and it's ridiculous that she got booted from chat from asking questions about the case. It's crazy.
And Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not these kids that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for, it's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all 3 parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying
phone.
to teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We worked together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
I think that's wonderful. Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just, how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And
oh, I guess I did leave that part in. Sorry, guys. My bad.
And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. Burton Stagg's here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's 2 similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
Okay, guys. So I did do a short on this one. Katie says, especially off his medicine. So Burton Staggs here, he comments and says there are 2 similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing, found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, and I'm sure this child has shoes on, for crying out loud. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and he was found safe. Tennessee Valley News. Well, Burton, I appreciate you bringing that up. And I know that I've heard of those stories and we talked about it even here. But I'm here to tell you those children were wearing shoes. And if they weren't, then please let me know. But it is absolutely insane to think that Sebastian could have walked anywhere without any shoes on in the middle of the night like that. In the middle of the day, anytime. Really. Right? And of course, then Duchess says, well, does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to walk? And Katie says, especially off his medicine. How is he off his medicine, Katie? I thought he took his medicine before he went to bed. You said he takes it in the morning and at night. So he wasn't off of his medicine when he just walked out the door, was he? Oh, that's right, because he didn't just walk out the door. There's no proof of that at all. What there is proof of is you leaving the house with a flashlight and then going back to the house with a flashlight without Sebastian. And when you went to wake him up for school, he wasn't there, right? Because you knew you took him out the house somehow. Because that was you with the light source leaving the house and you going back to the house. It's not rocket science. It just takes a little bit of common sense and critical thinking skills.
I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there if we could get a couple of billboards? Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me know what you think. I might could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before, talked with, different families. It's, at the very least, it's keeping that face and that story in the public eye. It's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on in the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Well, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard because we need to help find Sebastian. Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put a flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, is exactly everything that we've covered. We miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
I'd rather be home.
The Tabby Bag. Shop now at Coach.com.
You're not going to stop anything with the brakes that you got.
That bad, eh?
Yep. But on CarParts.com, you get access to over 1 million.
I'd rather be home.
Okay, guys, you probably have to adjust your headset a little bit or your earbuds. You can hear Katie in the background goes, "I just want my baby home. I just want my baby home." And it's a very weird, off-putting, fake, in my opinion, thing that Katie does. God forbid that Grandma Cruella put Sebastian's pics in her real estate ads, even just here and there. I know. Exactly, Holly S. They've done nothing. They have done nothing. That is such a great point that she could have done that. Thank you, Town Chat Cafe. And no, I did not hear about that. I've heard of other instances like that in Sumner County. Plenty of them. children being bought and sold by CPS. Nisi Marie says, but KP and CP did not want the billboards or flyers, right? And then did she ever get the billboards? She did, and she was actually on the news about the billboards, right? And she did put up billboards, but no, you could just hear it. They don't say a word when she talks about the billboard. They don't say anything. They're completely quiet, you know?
Yes, Mary, that is true. There is an anonymous group of Nashville business owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000. So thank those anonymous business owners for doing that. I did ask the family if there was any other funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
You know, if not tonight, then.
Okay, guys, so I want to pop in here and just share this really quick. So let me take this down and pop this up here. And this is Sebastian's teachers on day 5 talking about Sebastian Rogers. Right? So here we go.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who hasn't been seen in 5 days. Good evening, I'm Emily Luxon. Search crews have been out all week looking for Sebastian, a teen living with autism. Our Nikki Hauser has the latest as the whole community is praying for his safe return.
Sebastian was reported missing on Monday. Now on Friday, it's been a full week of searching on foot, in the air, and alongside bodies of water here in the county. And although we've been working to get an update, Sumner County officials say right now, there's not one.
He always was smiling.
That infectious smile.
Oh, Sebastian, a ray of sunshine.
You've seen his face on billboards, all over social media, and alongside this week's news headlines.
He's just a fun-loving kid.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, former teacher, and others know that smile well from the halls and classrooms at T.W. Hunter Middle School in Hendersonville.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
So talented.
He's extremely smart. He's just somebody that you would think is very typical, and you might just see him like walking around and you would have absolutely no idea that he had any type of deficits at all.
Sumner County officials say he's now been missing for 5 days.
Immediately, your heart just sinks.
Sebastian's 8th grade teacher says while he's very high functioning, she's worried about him.
I'm just in a constant state of prayer.
As is the rest of the community, as they watch search efforts continue to play out. Sumner County officials have spanned thousands of miles and called in a dive team to find him.
So it's heart-wrenching, and we just keep praying every day for a miracle.
Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Officials say as of now, they are continuing to search for Sebastian. If you want to help, you can look for him on your property in small spaces or near any creeks, ponds, or other bodies of water. If you think you might see him, call detectives.
Okay, guys, so that was one of my first videos that I made in the Sebastian Rogers case. So his teachers had nicer things to say about him than his parents, right? And I'm talking about Chris and Katie. And then we see Seth that came out and he said that, when Sebastian, comes into a room, when you see him, he brightens your day. It's like the sunshine coming through the clouds. That's what his dad said about him. Not that he's young in mind. His teacher said you wouldn't be able to tell. He was, guys, for crying out loud, he was in the correct grade that he should have been in, right, in school. He had a little bit more time to finish the test questions and things of that nature, but he was caught up in school. So for them to say that he's very young in mind and blah, 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 what a bunch of crap. What a bunch of crap. I know. I wish they would have. But see, those weren't his teachers from Beach High School, Gina. Those were his teachers from T T.S. Hunter Middle School in Hendersonville. So those weren't the ones. And hey, Trishy, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. She says, "Aw, what a beautiful statement. The sun coming through the clouds." I know, and it brings me to tears. Really, I mean, it's so sad that. Yes, thank you. Trishy says it's called IEP accommodations, right? So they're making special concessions and accommodations for the children that need a little bit of extra time or a little bit of extra help with things, and that's wonderful, But the way they made Sebastian sound was like he was way behind, right? Way behind.
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
If not tonight, then tomorrow, so we can get those billboards up. I will get with Crystal later and we'll talk about that and try to get those worked out as soon as possible. Is there anything else that you want us to share? Is there anything else that you think that we have not covered? Whatever we can do to try to help your family, please reach out to me and let me know. And we have a wonderful group of people in this community that will try to do whatever we can. And hopefully I'll hear something from Wings of Hope and they'll let me know if they're going to be able to try to assist. David Bryant, thank you so much for your super chat. He said, we're going to find him. Keep your head up and hug him tight when he gets back. Prayers for y'all. Everyone keep searching and doing what we can. David, I appreciate that. I'm going to take that $50 and I'm going to put it towards that billboard that I'm going to design. We're going to get that up for Sebastian as soon as we can. I really appreciate you donating. It means so much. Well, guys, I really appreciate you joining us. If you have any updates that you want to share with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. If there's something that you want to share, if you want me to have another live stream, you may want to have a live stream with Trev. He has a large following on his channel, and some of those people don't necessarily follow my stream. So I'm sure they might want to talk to you, and so we can continue to share out Sebastian's information, and you will be on my prayer list. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll even share my phone number with you, and if there's anything that you need, you can call me.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. It's just sometimes you got to take it a day at a time, but sometimes you can only take it an hour at a time or 5 minutes at a time. And you don't have to explain yourself to anybody because you don't know how you're going to feel until you're going through it. And how you process things is not necessarily going to be how the next person does. But you don't owe anybody an explanation. Just know that our hearts are with you. And you have a lot of people. Look at all of these people. We have 400 people watching this live stream right now. There are so many people that are out here supporting. Don't listen to these naysayers.
We just want to say thank you to everyone who's working with us to try and bring him home.
And everybody for all your support and your prayers and your love.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. That's what we're here to do. Is we're here to lift each other up. It takes a village. It takes a village, and that's what we have to do. We're just here to help each other out. And I really just appreciate you being willing to come here and share Sebastian's story with us. And we'll be thinking of you and continuing to pray and share his information. And I'm going to let you guys go because you've been up here for over an hour, and I don't want to keep you any longer. I want you guys to go take care of yourself. Remember to take care of yourself. Make sure you're eating and getting enough rest. And doing what you need to do to keep yourself going. Because it's not easy. It can't be easy.
It's not by any means.
Chris, you're a good man. You're being so strong for her, and that just it makes me feel emotional, because this has got to be so difficult. And you, it's just one day at a time. But I'm praying that you're going to get answers as soon as possible. You have a lot of people that are working very hard to find your son. Miranda said outside his home, where's his most comfortable environment? Does he have a place like that?
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his house.
He likes his house. He likes both houses, and he likes. His favorite thing to do is go play on the playground, and he likes to.
He loves being around the family. He loves, just being a kid.
He's not very outdoorsy.
Well, that's understandable. And listen, if he's walking, please check your property. He could be hiding out. He might be scared. He's probably going to be hungry and cold. What's your temperature? What's your weather there right now in Tennessee?
It was better today, but we've had freezing temperatures since he left.
Oh my goodness. Leslie says, remember, most people are good.
Okay, guys. Yeah, most people are good, but these two are not, in my opinion, right? And she said that there's been cold weather ever since he left, right? She has always pushed that narrative that Sebastian just walked out the door in the freezing cold temperatures with no shoes on, barefoot, with a little tiny keychain flashlight. And Chris has always pushed the narrative that he was a ninja and he just went poof. And I think he was very well behaved, very, very well behaved at the Texas Roadhouse, And I got this vibe like he was looking at his mom wondering what's wrong with her. I agree, And Gina says, well, I thought that they were beach teachers. Why would they be meeting with the middle school teachers? I think it's because they were wearing green for Sebastian. Like all the students were wearing green that day. And so the news was covering them wearing green. Because she had her green sneakers on and she had her green sweater on and all decked out for Sebastian. So I think that's why. I don't know how many teachers participated in that at the high school, but his high school is Beach High School and it's BEECH, right? So just not like the beach, but yeah. Michelle says, Holly S., he probably wondering why she would engage in a conversation with him. So sad. Right. Yeah. And they weren't friendly at the table, in my opinion. Trishy says, I don't like the way KP talks about him, very disparaging and degrading, like he is a deficit. Right, exactly. I agree. I agree with that 100%. And Town Chat says, heck, the fact that Sebastian can play chess, he was way ahead of me, in my opinion. I don't think they're giving him enough credit. I agree. I agree. And thank you for being here, Nisi Marie. And that's right, he is not. His smile is not goofy. He is not goofy. He might be silly. He likes to joke around, not goofy, in my opinion. Veronica says, my son had IEP and was in regular classroom also, but yes, he just got some extra time if he needed help. See, and that's good. They need to offer that to kids and people, because it's not like we all learn at the same rate either. Is she a reporter? No, this is just another YouTuber, Faye. This is just another YouTuber. Women's Warrior says, you're right about his behavior. He was exceptional with his manners, etc. If my children were in there, it would not be anything like that. No, he did great. And he went up and used the bathroom by himself and everything. Totally just different from what we're hearing him be described as. And, we didn't even get to see Sebastian like that until, or Katie for that matter, the real Katie, until December of last year, right after Sebastian's birthday. Elisa P, or excuse me, I think it was right around his birthday. Elisa P says they tried to make out to people like Sebastian as a small child, like elementary aged in his mind. I agree. I know. And this drives me nuts too, Veronica. It does me too. And yeah, Gina, he declined Nick Barris and JLR. Wouldn't talk to others, right? Only the Krama channels from the very beginning, except for Smiley. But everybody else, Krama, in my opinion. And Leslie, that's my understanding. Sebastian was diagnosed with the rare chromosome deletion when he was a baby, but then he was late to diagnose with autism around 2022 or 3. Yes, to the best of my knowledge. So, there's that.
Just hope someone finds it.
Me too. Charlie Life says the family's trying to stay strong so they can get this baby found. They really don't have to. Me too. Charlie Life says, well, that's understandable. And listen, if he's walking, please check your property. He could be hiding out. He might be scared. He's probably going to be hungry and cold. What's your temperature? What's your weather there right now in Tennessee?
It was better today, but we've had freezing temperatures since he left.
Oh my goodness. Leslie says, remember, most people are good.
Just hope someone finds it.
Me too. Charlie Life says the family's trying to stay strong so they can get this baby found. They really don't have time to break down. That's right. You guys just keep praying. Listen, I'm going to let you guys go. And I will be in touch with you. Just text me tomorrow. We'll get together and we'll work on this billboard to get up. And I'll let you know the locations that are available for a blip billboard. And I'll try to get that arranged as soon as possible. If you need anything, just reach out to me and let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. And I will put Trev in touch with you. Take care, guys.
Okay, guys, so that concludes the interview with Duchess for the Missing and Sebastian Rogers' mother and stepfoot, right? Chris Proudfoot. So there was that. Hold on. There we go. That's a good spot for me. But yeah, I mean, that's what they were saying in the very, very, very beginning. In the very, very, very beginning. So, and it is crazy to me too, Gina, that they did not speak of any of his other diagnoses, only the autism. They push that, push that, push that, right? Instead of saying, well, Sebastian had other difficulties, right? But he was doing great with them. He was working through them. He's in therapies, different things. He's got the IEP plan at school. Trishy says, does anyone know how many days Sebastian had been missing at this point? 7 days, Trishy. Yeah, 7 days, Michelle. Yeah, because this happened March 3rd, 2024. And then whoever wants to, um, take a look at the video, I have it up on the page that's just in its entirety. I only took out a little bit of the fluff stuff, right? When they were talking about how, we can't blame the family, all the parents, get along just great. I took some of that out, um, you know, because in my opinion, it's just kind of opinions from the panel. But I wanted to really just hear what Chris and Katie had to say, and I kept the questions in there, in order to keep the context. But you can see the full video. Now, when we go over the March 17th interview with Duchess for the Missing, you're not going to be able to go to her page and see it because she took it down, right? Because they go more in depth. Chris lies about the polygraph several times, really making a fool out of everybody involved, in my opinion. Tricia says, in my opinion, they leaned into the ASD diagnosis because they couldn't sell elopement without shoes more easily or because they could sell elopement without the shoes more easily that way. That is such a good point. That is very very spot on in my opinion, Trishi. If they said, Sebastian's autistic, then people would say, okay, well then, autistic children do like to run away. They like to go to the lakes, the rivers, the streams, ponds. They're attracted to water, that sort of thing. And it was more easily understood by the masses. I totally agree with that. Very well said. They probably got off the interview and high-fived each other. Oh my gosh, like we pulled that one off. Exactly, Veronica. Exactly. And we're gonna watch the Holly Thompson interview as well. And I just want you guys to keep in mind that Duchess for the Missing tells Katie to take deep breaths, and that's exactly what she started doing, was taking those deep breaths, right? So that way, she could think, and that way when she says something like, Sebastian would have turned, oh shit, she starts her Lamaze breathing. Elisa P says she took the second one down to protect CP and KP. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, because it wasn't working very well for her to blame everybody else. Because it's just our perception, right? It's just our perception. And anybody with a logical thinking brain in their head, or maybe even a halfway functioning brain in their head, could see right through this bull crap that they're trying to spew out and push onto us, and then get mad if we don't believe it, right? That's gaslighting at its finest. That's like the definition of it, right? It's crazy. And I agree, Veronica. They probably did high five each other. They thought that they sold it, and that the Duper's Delight is huge with these two. It's a strong force with these two. Kiki says, Elisa, has she done any other interviews with them, or other than the two? I don't think so. I don't think so, Elisa. No. Okay, Elisa says no. Yeah, I didn't think so either. That's why I'm trying to make sure I have all of them in order too, guys, because they like to take them down. They like to, dirty delete is what it's called. It's called dirty deleting. It's the very definition of it, right? Yeah, convenient. Exactly, Faye. Convenient for Craddock to lie to Seth, in my opinion. Yep, Trooper's mom, that's right. The beginning of KP's story telling changes every interview. It does, just like her accent. Just like her accent. But the fake, the inauthenticity factor is the one consistency we have with Katie, right? Is that she's faking it. She's faking it. She's definitely faking it till she's making it. Well, guys, we've been on for a while today. I want to send a special shout out and thank you to Hey Jude, and to Trooper and Iris's mom, and also to our friend Gina for sending in this information. And Town Chat, I will absolutely look at what you sent as well. Thank you very much. To all of you guys that are sending information in order for us to get a broader picture of what we're dealing with here, because it is odd. And there's a reason why things aren't adding up. A high level of corruption, I think, is really to blame. Oh yes, thank you, Trooper's mom. Thank you. Trent says, "Dirty delete." Is that like what Katie did to all the rolls on the table in the Texas Roadhouse? Yes, yes, I would say so. She was hoarding the rolls. She wasn't sharing. She was being. She doesn't know about sharing and caring, Trent. She's just. She was hoarding the roles, in my opinion. Trishy says, in my opinion, had the Proudfoots come out with Sebastian's true cognitive strengths from jump, Public and Ellie would immediately be more critical and doubt the runaway narrative. I think so too, Trishy. Very well said. And, I think that Craddock wasn't sure. I mean, obviously, I pointed it out, but he didn't know about autism or anything at that point. He's like, "Oh, Sebastian needs his medications for autism." It's like, no, buddy, they don't give you medications for autism, and it would be a part of his routine, But thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much, Leslie, keeping it real. Thanks for being here. Bo says yes to Trent. Trishy's laughing. You're welcome. Thank you, Elisa P, for letting us know too about the relation. I didn't know about that. I did not know about that. Love you too, Holly S. Thank you for being here. It was just I didn't do the video, Miss Ann, but I'm going to. I'm going to when we talk about the flashlights. But I put the flashlight in there. I put it in there. I can't remember what point I did that. I think it was towards the end when they were talking about it. And Panda Bear's mom, I'll get together with you too on your research. Oh my goodness, if you don't mind sharing it, because I know it's so tough. Um, you know, but yeah, this is kind of where we're at with this, and um, it's strange to look back on all of it, right? Oh, you're welcome, Kiki. Thank you for so much for being here. Faye says the only difference between Emmanuel Haro's case is the Ola and his parents are in jail without finding Emmanuel. Right, right. I agree with that too. And I remember that Pascal saying that is something very similar to that as well. Django agrees apparently. But so yeah, I mean, because it's such an outrageous story, right? And she stuck to that same story. Ola, punch in the face, I don't know what happened next. And whenever we have that strange, instance, and then I don't know what happened next. I mean, with Katie, it's the Sebastian took the trash out, said goodnight to the puppies, good night, mama, good night, puppies. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you. And thank you for the green hearts in here, guys. Yeah, I mean, her story is just as unbelievable, except for the Olaf factor, right? Definitely, definitely. You know, thank you guys for the green hearts too. No, I don't think anybody has, Trishy. I don't think anybody has, and you'd think there would be. You really would think there would be. But I will see you guys tonight on the late night show. We're going to be back to regularly scheduled programming. I just had to take a little while to do these interviews and kind of get them ready to view. And then I was also doing some research too on Devlin Tate because, he is a 19-year-old boy. He was 18 when he went missing out of Lake Odessa. Uh, and this was Panda Bear's mom did this. So she said that I could share it on the show, and I uploaded it, and then I didn't show it on our show that we had. So, yes, late night with Lady Freedom Bow. We'll be doing that tonight, 11:30 Central Standard Time or Central Time. Um, yeah, and so, but he's still missing out of Lake Odessa, and we're learning new details all the time. And then I was also going back over the interviews, of course, that the family had given and some of the statements and trying to, you know, piece some things together. And, you know, again, this child is you know, he's 6 foot tall. He's 170 pounds. He's not a small child, right? So it's not like somebody can kind of snatch him up. Um, and, you know, it's just a very sad situation. But we'll be bringing you updates, and we're going to keep covering Devlin's case until he's found as well. Because, you know, this child was mistreated. In my opinion, he deserved better, you know. Yeah, Trishy, that's Devlin Tate. He also is autistic. He has Tourette's, and he also has cerebral palsy. So there's some challenges that he has, and his where he was living, they were making him leave the house to charge his cell phone. They weren't letting him use the electric because they said he wasn't helping out around the house. And so he wasn't allowed to use their electric. And so they passed this narrative on to the public about how Devlin just loves to walk, and he just loves it. He leaves early in the morning and he walks and walks. He doesn't come home till 10 o'clock at night. That's his curfew, but he always comes home right on time until he didn't, right? His phone was last pinged like less than a quarter of a mile, if that, from his house, right? 11 a.m. the morning that he went missing. He wasn't reported missing till about 11 p.m. Yeah, terrible, right? How do you even police the electric? How do you even police the electric? Because, I mean, that would be really tough, because if you're asleep and the kid goes and plugs his phone in, how are you going to know any different, you jerk? Or what'd you do? Make him turn the phone in? You know, I mean, abuse is definitely prevalent in that case. Trying to use him for his bridge card, you know. Thank you too. Chromosome deletion. That's right, Panda Bear's mom. Thank you. Right. And we're not sure which chromosome there's a deletion on, as far as I know. So yeah, horrible story though, Trishy. Horrible, horrible. Thank you, Veronica. Yeah, I'd love to have you guys here. We'll do Saturday Night Live tonight. So, and we may even incorporate a little bit of Devlin into the live, just depending on how much I get done on his video, because I'm still working on his video. You know, he was adopted, Trishy, and he wasn't living with his adoptive mother, because she's really old enough to be his grandmother. And so he went and lived with his adoptive aunt and, well, his adoptive sister, I suppose, and her daughter. And then they had her boyfriend, an 18-year-old son in the house, as well as a little one, 2 to 3 years old. But the kicker is that the last person that Devlin spoke to was his sex offender uncle, who calls himself a brother to him. Really, really chaotic, really, really convoluted, really sad. And they were mistreating him, right? Instead of just putting him on a Greyhound bus and sending him to his mother, who loves him, who lives out in Yuma, Arizona. They could have done that. But instead they wanted to abuse him and use him, in my opinion. And it's so sad. Gina says, in my opinion, the chromosome is one, or excuse me, is more of the issue than autism. I have a relative that has a deletion. Yeah, I agree with that, Gina. And especially if you're so used to that diagnosis since they were babies, right? But the new diagnosis would be the one that you wouldn't focus on. So that's what I think of with Sebastian's case. But then also the chromosome deletion plays a major role. It depends on where the deletion is as well, right? Because we have 46 chromosomes, right? Something like that. Um, So yeah, it just depends on where the deletion is, and that's going to, uh, cause the challenge. That's going to depend on what challenges come from the deletion, in my opinion, without being a doctor. Um, yeah, it sounds like his wife is writing an obituary, in my opinion. Karen says, you know, anyone have any kind of update on grown guy who burnt the house to get out? No, I don't have an update there. I do know that they found Travis Decker's remains. I mean, they confirmed it. So there was a press conference with, the steamy sheriff. And I did watch that, and they did confirm it. So I'm very glad. I knew he was going to get Travis Decker. I just knew it was only a matter of time. So I was so excited. I was like, "Yay, I got that one right." Um, that's one I like to be right about, right? But some of these I'm like, oh gosh, I hope I'm not right about this, or I second guess myself because I don't want it to be true. But all right, you guys, I love you all so very, very much. I will see you later. You have a wonderful rest of your evening, and we'll catch up on Late Night with Lady Freedom.